Hi, good morning, everybody. This is Walter Chuck, Chair of OPAC. I want to welcome everybody to the meeting here on December 18th, 2020. For the first part of the meeting and the welcomes, I'd like everybody to turn on their cameras if possible so we can all say hi and wave our hands at each other. You're more than welcome to turn those off after the welcomes, but we would like you to please turn them on during discussion so we could see everybody's faces. I'd like to welcome the new members, Margaret and Tara. Welcome to OPAC. It's good to be working with you. I've talked to you quite a bit on the screens and some of you in person, so it's good to finally, it would be great to finally meet you when we get to do that again. I think that's pretty much it. We have quite a long agenda here, so if we can move through it quickly, that'd be great. And I'd just like to thank Andy for all of his hard work behind the scenes and getting this together, especially in this day and age. Appreciate it, Andy, and you've always done a great job, and I really appreciate it. So thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Walter.
All right, so if we could just have everybody say, doing introductions, what we'll do is I introduce myself, I'll call someone out, and then you call someone else out, and then hopefully we'll get it all done. Karin?
Good morning, this is Karin Brady from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, manager of the Marine Resources Program. Good morning.
Now say someone else's name, Karin.
Oh, sorry, I'm being a bad model. Okay, Ray Monroe.
Thank you. If you don't mind, Chair Chuck, I will not turn my camera on. I had some good surgery on my head and some recent second surgery, and you're not going to see my face because of that if you don't care. Anyhow, it's Ray Monroe, and I am the OCZMA non-voting seat member from the Tillamook County. How about Andrea?
Morning, everybody. Andrea Celentano from the Oregon Department of State Lands and the Policy and Legislative Analyst. Let's go to Jason Miner.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jason Miner. I'm the Governor's Natural Resources Policy Manager. Thanks for being here this morning and thanks for having me. I'm going to transition it to Steve Shipsey.
Good morning, I'm Steve Shipsey from the Oregon Department of Justice and counsel to the council. And since we're playing Hollywood Squares, I'm going to go with Commissioner Yamamoto.
Well, thank you for that, Steve. I appreciate it very much. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I am Tillamook County Commissioner and ocean policy advocate. Been doing this for a while, although I do see quite a few people on that have been doing this for a much longer period than I. But it's always a pleasure to be here. So let's turn this over to Commissioner Bob Main. How about that?
Good morning, everybody. Bob Main here, Coos County Commissioner, also a member of SOURCE, a member of BOEM, etc. And what is this thing, a memory test to see who hasn't been called yet? Charlie.
Thanks, Bob. I was just thinking the same thing. Who am I going to call on next? Charlie Plyben. I'm the Oregon Policy Manager for Surfrider Foundation. I am the non-fishing recreation seat on the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. And I will pass it next to Margaret.
Hi, everyone. I'm Margaret Corby. I'm sitting on the seat currently as a tribal rep. On behalf of CT Clusi, Confederated Tribes of Coos, Laurel, and Kwanzaa Usla, brand new to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, and excited to pick up some of the work that Megan Fleer, my predecessor, left behind over at Grand Ron. So thank you all. Shelby Walker.
Thanks, Margaret. Hi, Shelby Walker. I'm the Director of Oregon Sea Grant Ex Officio OPAC member and Chair of the Science and Technical Advisory Committee. I'll turn it over to Chris Wall.
Good morning, everyone. This is Chris Wall with NOAA's Office for Coastal Management. I'm the non-voting member serving as a federal liaison, and I'll pass it to Susan Chambers.
Good morning. My name is Susan Chambers. I'm the South Coast Fisheries Rep on OPAC. And let's see. Okay, who hasn't been called on yet? I'll pass it to Richard. Richard Heap.
Morning, this is Richard Heap. I represent recreational fishing on the South Coast. I live in Brookings. And I'll pass it to Lauren Goddard.
Good morning, everyone. This will, let's see, what's my official title here? City elected official, as I recall. This will be my last meeting on OPAC, as I did not run for re-election this year. Unfortunately, Dictator for Life was not on the ballot, so I chose not to run. That's my attempt at a little humor here early in the morning. Anyway, it's been quite a ride, very good experience, really positive for the most part, and I've enjoyed being involved. Thank you all very much for your contributions. I'll pass it on to Michael.
That's me. Hi, folks. I'm Michael Moses. I often go by Mike, Michael, or Moses, or hey, you stop that. I'm with the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development, and I'm the Rocky Shores Coordinator, and I'll be providing an update today on the TSP Part 3 amendment.
Let's pass to Gina.
I'm Gina Carter. I'm in the statewide conservation seat, and I work for the Nature Conservancy, and I apologize for being a few minutes late. And I'm at the serious disadvantage of having missed who has gone and hasn't. Can you help me?
You can pass it to, oh, sorry.
Jamie Faraday.
All right, awesome. Jamie.
You're on mute still.
On computer.
There
Sorry.
you are.
I was having technical difficulties getting on. I could hear everybody, but couldn't see myself up there. Jamie Faraday, at large coastal. Good to see you all. Let's go to, has Ryan been called yet?
No.
Nope, thanks, Jamie. This is Ryan Huff, representing Department of Environmental Quality, where I'm a senior legislative and policy analyst for water quality programs. And why don't we pass it to, I believe Tara has not actually officially introduced herself yet.
Thanks. So it's Tara Brock with Oceana, and I am in the coastal conservation seat. And I will pass it to, I think, Laurel. Has Laurel gone yet?
Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, sitting in for Director Sumption. And I don't know if there's anybody that hasn't gone yet.
Pass it to Patty.
Patty.
Hi, everyone. This is Patty Snow, Ocean and Coastal Services Division Manager at DLCD.
Is there anyone who has not been called? And I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm Andy Lanier, Marine Affairs Coordinator for Department of Land Conservation and Development and OPAC staff. Is there anyone who has not been called on? Oh, Amanda.
I am Amanda McNabb, and I'm program support for the Oregon Coastal Management Program with DLCD.
Thank you. Walter, let's turn it back over to you.
All right. Thanks, everybody. And once again, good morning. And nice to see you, Gina. All right. Well, has everyone had a chance to review and approve the draft meeting summary from our last meeting? I don't see any hands. Does anybody have any additions or comments on the draft meeting summary? If not, I'll take a motion to approve that.
Yamamoto, move to approve.
Second, Bob.
Right. Thank you. I have a motion by David and a second by Bob. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I will ask for a vote to approve the minutes. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right. Thanks. I think we have those approved. Thank you, everybody. Next up, we have Steve Shipsey, OPAC member responsibilities. Steve, you have the chair.
Okay, Andy, would you put up that PowerPoint presentation, please? Just kidding. I didn't send you one. Come on. Just see the look on your face, though. That was priceless.
It's like,
All right.
That was a good one. I like that one.
Steve Shipsey, obviously, I'm your counsel, and with we have a couple new members, and it's always a good refresher for everyone to kind of go over this every so often. But as members of the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, you are members of a public body, and as such, you are public officials. That somewhat makes you common in the state of Oregon, as you're in league with about 200,000 people that can call themselves public officials in this state. So you are special, but you're not all that special in some regards. These laws aren't picking on you. They're of general applicability to all 200,000 folks. But as a result of being a public body and a public official, there are laws that do apply to how we conduct public business. That is our government's business. And so this is just a quick overview of first public meeting and public records law, and then secondarily ethics law. But just to set the objective for this presentation, this whopping 10 minutes to get you through a semester of law school, I want you to understand that these laws exist, that they apply, and that you as members of OPAC can receive advice regarding any of them from my office. So if nothing else, just listen and remind yourself that at some point, if something comes up and you have a question, you are free to reach out to me by email, and we can go over it. So the first set of laws are the public records and public meeting laws. These come out of, they're both enacted in 1973. They're kind of part of Oregon's response to the Watergate situation, and a focus on open government and transparency in government. And, the Oregon legislature decided that transparency furthers the health of democracy by allowing the citizens of Oregon, or actually anybody in Oregon, to examine our records and observe our meetings. So those are the general that we start from, but know that under the law, there are also, the legislature has recognized some exceptions to those general policies of openness, particularly in terms of what public records are subject to disclosure, but also that there is some business that OPAC can do in an executive session setting that isn't open to the public. So first I'll talk about public records, and it's broad. The definition of a public record is any writing that contains information relating to the conduct of OPAC's business. So that can be as evident as our meeting agendas, all the presentations we get, but it also can be your handwritten notes that you take during the meeting. So this is a reminder that, if you're saying Steve is going on and on, what a windbag, and you're writing that out, I can request that and find out just what you thought of this presentation, or any member of the public can, more importantly. But it's also your emails, if they're related to OPAC business. And that applies even if your email account is your private email account, your personal account, and you don't have a public email. So one suggestion that I always like to make is, if you are using your personal email account, consider, if you would, creating a separate email account that you just use for your OPAC business. That way you're much in a much better place should you have to provide materials in response to a public record request to just provide those materials, and it's less intrusive perhaps than having to provide materials that are coming mixed in with your holiday offers from REI and Target and everything else you get in your email these days. As far as who has to be the custodian of OPAC's records, that falls to DLCD. They're the staff to OPAC under the statute, the Oregon Ocean Resource Management Act. And so any public record request would come to DLCD. It wouldn't be made directly to you. If it was made directly to you, you could alert Amanda and Andy, and DLCD would handle that under DLCD's adopted policies and procedures. And so then the questions would be, what exemptions apply? And there are exemptions in some of them in the work we do. We deal with, sometimes we deal with information regarding endangered and threatened species. That can be a basis for an exemption under a public record request. Sometimes we're interacting with information on cultural resources. That can be a basis for an exemption under a public record request. But bear in mind that in general, the public records law is a disclosure law. And so any exemption is going to be construed narrowly in favor of providing records. If someone wants to enforce the public record law, they petition the Attorney General's office. And then I would just quickly mention that this is different than the Freedom of Information Act. The Freedom of Information Act of 1974 only applies to federal agency records. So other than Chris Wall, you guys probably don't have to deal with that concern. Okay, shifting to public meetings. Purposes of our public meetings are, so our form of state government is considered to require an informed public. So they need to be made aware of our deliberations and our decisions and the informational basis for our decisions. The public meeting law applies to OPAC, and it also generally applies to our OPAC work groups if they are making recommendations to OPAC as a work group. So public meeting law requires us to have a quorum when we're making or deliberating toward a decision. This quorum requirement and deliberating towards a decision are important because you could gather as a quorum, and as long as you're not deliberating toward a decision, then we don't have to announce that as a public meeting. So for everybody that's coming to Lauren Goddard's going away party tonight, that's not a public meeting. Thanks for the invitation, Lauren. I really appreciate it. So public meeting law requires us to give notice. It requires us to afford the opportunity for the public to attend and observe, but it does not require us to allow the public to participate. That we have public commentary on every agenda is voluntary, and it's just something we do in furtherance of good governance, but it's not a requirement of the public meeting law. That right to attend does not apply to executive sessions should we ever need to go into one of those. We are required to have either minutes or recording. You just approved minutes, so we did that in furtherance of the public meeting law. So if we violate the public meeting law, what happens? Well, a decision we make in that meeting could be voidable. It's not necessarily void. This is not something where the AG's office is the enforcement body. Someone that felt that we violated the public meeting law would need to go to a circuit court and file a lawsuit. But I just mentioned that if we have an issue that we are violating the public meeting law, we could all be jointly liable for attorney fees if it was found to be willful and intentional. And it has happened, but I would say it's a rare instance. Okay, trying to keep on time, and since nobody's allowed to raise their hand and ask questions, we're going to go quickly to ethics law. This is generally found in ORS Chapter 244. These laws restrict public officials, and a reminder, we just decided we're all public officials as council members, and I'm one as an attorney general assistant. And it's done to safeguard basically the public trust in our work. So it applies to any instance where we use our position for personal financial gain. It can apply to certain gifts, and then it applies to conflicts of interest. So with regard to financial benefit, the law can either prohibit our benefiting financially, or it can restrict it. And a couple examples is that your restriction would be where you can get a gift, but only up to a certain amount. So the restrictions are on a public official using or attempting to use your status as an OPAC member to either make a financial gain or avoid a financial detriment for yourself, a relative of yours, a member of your household, or a business interest of yours, or your relative or your household members. So in essence is, if there's some opportunity that's not otherwise available to you, that only comes and accrues to you through your status as an OPAC member, then that's where the ethics law might apply to it. So this could be using confidential information that's not available to the general public. For example, if we decide under Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 that we're going to suddenly ban all sea cables, and you decide to go out and sell all of your AT&T stock because you know that they're no longer going to be communicating with Asia, and you're going to buy satellite stock, whatever that is, Tesla's, SpaceX, or whatever, because you now know that everything has to go through space and back down to Oregon. That would be an example of using confidential information to your benefit that you wouldn't otherwise have had. The other type of restriction is on getting some type of compensation for your vote or a recommendation. That would be straight up quid pro quo type arrangement. This doesn't apply to you getting your travel reimbursement back when we used to travel. So that's only available to you because of your service on OPAC, and that's not considered a financial benefit of being on OPAC. Quickly on gifts, gifts are generally okay if the aggregate value is less than $50 per year from folks who might have an interest in your work. We're coming up on the holidays, and there's probably going to be some gifts you receive from a lot of people who don't give a rat's bottom about OPAC, and that's fine too. Those can be more than $50. I think for quickly touch on employment and then conflict of interest, get some good news. Your service on OPAC does not mean that you can't have either a private business of your own or to work for one if you're a member who isn't otherwise employed by the state. But your position on OPAC can't be a basis for that employment opportunity. You've got to keep the two separated. Generally, you wouldn't be able to work for a business that was trying to influence OPAC for a period of 2 years after your service ended. So the bottom line there is, don't use OPAC time, resources, or actions for a personal or business purpose. And if we do, we need to disclose that as a conflict of interest. And there's two kinds of conflicts of interest. There's actual and there's potential. And the big difference there is actual is this would happen, potential is this could happen. So would versus could is the distinction, but the recipe is basically, any action, decision, or recommendation as an OPAC member, plus some private financial benefit to either yourself or a relative or a business. If that's the case, let's talk beforehand. We'll figure out what it is, whether it's actual or potential, and we'll figure out a disclosure for you. How do we do that? We announce the nature of the conflict of interest for a potential conflict of interest, and then you continue to participate. If it's an actual conflict of interest, we announce it and you refrain from deliberation and voting unless we need your vote in order to maintain a quorum or make a decision. In that case, you wouldn't deliberate, but you would get to vote. So that is really quick, and it's already over time. So if there's any questions, I think, again, the big takeaway here I want you to know is any of these that come up, we can talk about it leading up to the meeting. If you spot some on the agenda and say, I just want to check in with Steve and find out if that's a conflict of interest that I need to disclose, let's do that. That's all I have because I'm over time.
Thanks, Steve. Does anybody have any questions for Steve?
Jason.
Steve, yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I know in our office, the chat fields in Zoom count as public records, and I didn't know, I think I didn't hear that. I just wanted to, since we're using Zoom.
Yep.
And that's a change in the new reality, or using Zoom is a new reality for everybody.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. All this new technology, ways of communicating, the trigger isn't the manner of communication, it's that the communication is about the public's business. So if we have a chat feature here, we would add that in addition to the recording of this meeting and make it part of our public record. Thank you. Anybody else? Otherwise, Walter, you can handle the calling on people part.
All right. Well, Andy can see the hands. No, thank you, Steve, for the presentation. And I know some of this can sound onerous for some of the other members, but it has, I don't see an issue with everybody. Everybody at the table is very, very trustworthy and everything, but it's just because of transparency and making sure that we have the trust of the public that we're conducting our business in an open and transparent manner. That's why the laws are there, and I support them. I think it's great that Oregon has those laws. So before we move on to public comment, I missed something that I was supposed to do during the introductions. I just want to recognize Lauren Goddard and thank him for his 15 plus years of advocacy on behalf of the coast. You've been on the city council, the harbor commission, been on OPAC, served in 2 separate seats. You're a founding member of the Nearshore Action Team and the Otter Rock Marine Reserve, and I served with you on this Sport Fish Advisory Commission for ODFW. I really enjoyed working with you, Lauren, and I think you've earned your retirement. Thanks for all your service to the coast. And I really look forward to seeing with your rod in your hand and less time on the screen. So thank you very much. Below you'll see a card that we've all signed for you that will remain, and you can log into that. And I will have a Christmas present for you, but I will give it to you after the holidays, so we don't worry about some of the things that Steve just talked about. If anyone wants to say a quick thank you to Lauren, you can. Otherwise, we'll go on to public comment.
Walter, I did just want to flag for OPAC members that we do have Kevin Dunn, our North Coast fishing, commercial fishing representative. So he is on the line. I'm going to go ahead and allow him to say hello to test to make sure we have him connected. And I have informed me to send a message because I can't see if he's trying to flag us to want to speak. So Kevin, you should be able to unmute yourself and say good morning. All right. Well, I don't hear him. He has the capability of unmuting. I will try and do that myself. But he may be otherwise occupied. So,
how about now?
yes, there you are. Good morning.
Good morning.
And just do please send me a message if you need to speak.
I will. Good morning. Thank you.
Yeah.
Andy, were there any hands raised to say something to Lauren? I see there's a lot of things in the chat going on, and if we're going to do it that way, that's fine too. You see anybody wanted to?
Well, I'll just say, Chair, yeah, Chair, I'll just say thank you, Lauren, on behalf of the governor, and I'll speak with her. And we may have an additional card coming your way. You were there at my first meeting of OPAC. I recall it well, and I've enjoyed working with you on behalf of the state. Thanks so much for all you've done. And it's an incredible amount of service that you put in, and I appreciate it. And I know the governor appreciates it.
Thank you. Karen, you had.
Yep, thank you. Lauren, it has been a pleasure. I can always count on you for providing honest and constructive criticism and input into the process, and that's always welcome. You also have a great sense of humor, and I enjoy just being around you and talking with you about these issues, and your voice will be missed. And so thank you for the many years, and I know I speak on behalf of lots of us at ODFW, that your input over the years and your participation and your just being present has been very appreciated and helpful to us. So thank you and best wishes. See you soon.
Thanks, everybody. I see no one else, and lots of congratulations to Lauren in the chat. Andy, you want to go on to public comment?
Yes, please provide a notice in the, I guess, the question and answer options if you would like to speak up for public comment. Scott Mcmullan. Okay. Scott Mcmullan, you should now be allowed to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. Scott Mcmullan, 864 Irving Avenue, Astoria. And I just want to support the creation of a working group to have OPAC make suggestions for the updating of TSP Part 4, which has to do with submarine cables and pipelines. This is in response to the letter that Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee sent to OPAC in late January of this year. And we appreciate the formation of a working group, which we'd highly support and hope that is approved today. We believe that the working group should have representation from OPAC as well as some from the industry that will be affected. And to just very briefly discuss or to explain the reason we're asking for this is we have a requirement in law that says that submarine cables will be inspected periodically. And we have done that, and cables have had that take place in Oregon. I think we've counted over 100 dives on submarine cables for inspections, and we feel like this is a case of adaptive management. It just is no longer necessary to do this. The primary reason is never in all of those 100 dives have we found an area where a cable that was buried is now unburied. And that was the whole reason for creating an inspection requirement in the first place. The inspection requirement originated with the OFCC, Department of State Lands, and Territorial Sea Plan adopted. Actually, looks like they used some of our language in adopting the requirement. But now we're seeing that it really is a case of a lot of expense, a lot of cost, and has an environmental cost. The pollution from the ships is not a small thing. So we're just thinking that it would make sense to remove this. I don't think we're asking for very big changes. I think the sum total of TSP Part 4 is only 3 pages and a graphic, and we have maybe 5 areas where we're asking for changes. Many of them are just small changes of just a word or two. So we just would support the creation of a working group. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else, Andy?
I am not seeing anybody else requesting comment.
Okay. That's great. I guess we can move on. Now up next, we've got Charlie Plymon, Territorial Sea Plan Part 3. Charlie, Michael?
Great, thanks. Walter, can folks hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Charlie.
All right, and then Moses will be joining me here. We're gonna tag team this, and I guess who's in control? Who do I tell to advance slides?
That'd be me.
All right, Moses. So Moses is gonna be joining me here. We're gonna give you guys a quick update, hopefully, of what we've been up to with the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy Part 3. This is a process that began some 3 years ago, and we're going to kind of try and quickly recap the past 3 years and then really concentrate on what we're doing now and what's coming to OPAC in the next year. So let's go to the next slide. I think I just told you this. This is the roadmap for our presentation. We'll just quickly go over the amendment process and review our updates to the date, where we're at with respect to proposals that are going to be coming in the door, our review and evaluation processes, the different types of tribal nation interactions that we've had. I want to be clear that we're not exactly talking about consultation, and those are different things, but there's been a fair amount more communication with tribes in this part of the process as well. And then we'll kind of get into the next steps for OPAC and hopefully have some time for some questions and discussion. So next slide, please. I want to start by really giving a massive shout out to our, what I'm calling the Rocky Habitat rock stars. This is our working group. These individuals have been super committed for the past 3 years. I think most of them didn't realize what they were getting into, but like all territorial sea plan updates, they don't happen simply or slowly. They happen deliberately and with careful thought and public engagement. And so I just want to name each one of these individuals and thank them because they put in a lot of time, a lot of engagement with the public, and a lot of really tenuous thought and constructive thought on this process and policies and the strategy. So a big thanks to date to Tom Calvanese of the Port Orford Research Station, Carrie Carlin Morgan from the Oregon Coast Aquarium, Dave Lacey from the Oregon Coast Visitors Association, Scott Mcmullan, who's kind of put in a Herculean effort with respect to OPAC, and I really appreciate his time and effort on this as well. Dick Vanderschaff from the Nature Conservancy, Andrea Celentano from the Oregon Department of State Lands, Walter Chuck from the Port of Newport, Dave Fox from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Laurel Hillman from Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, Sean Stevenson from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and Chris Wall from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I really cannot overstate the contributions over the past 3 years of these individuals, and I really appreciate their time. If you get a chance to thank them, thank them. This has been a lot of work for a lot of these folks and will continue to be a lot of work in 2021. for many of these folks as well. So next slide. Just kind of a quick recap of where we've been and where we're going. I want to remind folks who may be coming into OPAC just now or in the past year or two, where this started. It came really in late or mid 2017. We had a request to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council to update Part 3 of the Territorial Sea Plan, which was our Rocky Shores, what we're calling now the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. It had been 25 some odd years since we had updated this. And so the beginning of that process began with public scoping. We got that request from a couple of organizations to OPAC, but we really spent the better part of a year doing public outreach and working on really what you see as phase 1, adapting to and responding to that public outreach, where we developed the policies, the management principles, and sort of the regulatory roadmap that is the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy today. And ultimately, we're able to bring that through OPAC with several check-in points and an LCDC adoption. The significance of that process for folks, I think, is to be able to go back now, particularly in the evaluation phases, and see what we learned early on in this process. We have a really great public scoping document that's been provided to OPAC. I encourage OPAC members as we approach the spring to reflect on that. It will really help you better understand how we responded to public requests in shaping the management strategy and also developing the public proposal process. In 2018, 2019, really in 2019 is when we started working on phase 2, which was the development of the public proposal process. This has been a learning and adapting sort of effort. A lot of work was going into a public data call and developing a Rocky Habitat mapping tool that allowed for interacting with data and understanding what opportunities and what resources were out there for folks that were interested in designations. So that sort of pushed us into what we're calling now as our initial proposal process, phase 3. This was initially intended to be a 3 to 4 month process, but as you know, 2020 has shot a lot of curveballs at us and the public who are engaging in this process. It's been extended now. That initial proposal process goes through the end of the year. So at 11:59 on December 31st, we've determined will be the cutoff date for when these sort of pilot initial proposals will be coming in the door. And that will be really up to the next few months here in 2021, the winter and spring for the agencies and the working group to be doing the evaluation work there, which I'm going to turn it over to Moses, who's going to talk a little bit more about what's involved here in this phase 3 process. A lot has happened in each one of these portions of the process, and I just wanted to sort of highlight that we've come a long way to where we are today. We'll turn it over now to Moses and let him get into a little bit more about what's embedded here in phase 3 and what's the next steps for OPAC. So Moses.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Yeah, and before I move on, I just wanted to give a shout out and a big thank you to everyone who's been involved in this process. Charlie Plyben, Andy Lanier have been a huge help for me. For those of you who don't know or don't remember, I came in midway through this project, taking over for Deanna Carciolo, who did a fantastic job teeing up the ball for me. And all of our members of the working group, many people out there in the public and with tribal nations, particularly Margaret Corvey as well, have been very strong support system for this project and for me personally to help coordinate and guide this process moving forward. So I just wanted to recognize everyone who's made massive contributions and continues to do so to ensure the success of this project. So as Charlie mentioned, drill down a little bit here on what's been going on since we last saw you all. This is a very condensed list of our activities that have been going on. Each one of these we could probably discuss at quite some length, but just high level overview here. Since May, we've been very focused on our end while the public is developing their proposals. We've been developing proposal evaluation criteria and guidance materials. There's going to need to be a lot of structure to this process that's going to need to be laid out clearly for everyone involved in it, not just as we pilot and test each of these processes and steps and efforts, but also moving into the future working group members, future members of the public developing proposals, future OPAC members and LCDC members. So we're working as best we can to develop some guidance for that and help make this process very clear to everyone involved in it. So to that end, we've also been refining many of the details of the evaluation process itself as well. We've been ongoing outreach and engagement with our partners in the public, providing support in every way we can, through countless phone and email communications and Zoom meetings. We've participated in a number of public meetings and webinar presentations. Staff have been involved in answering questions from the public in our forums on our Seasketch tool. That's that web mapping tool for this process. I've been holding some virtual office hours over Zoom for the last part of the year here, November and December. And we've developed various resources to help the public navigate all the tools and the texts and resources necessary to develop a strong proposal and get it submitted and reviewed. We've held 3 working group meetings in that time. One in July, we had a bit of a pause in part due to the fires, and then we've met recently again in November and December each. And the focus of these meetings has primarily been on developing that proposal evaluation process, the timeline, which I'll talk about here a little bit, but really getting greater details imposed on every aspect of this process. Once we've given this process its trial run here, coming up in the winter and spring, we'll kind of revisit how well we did, what the lessons learned that we can take out of that, and we'll continue to refine that process ahead of the next meeting of OPAC. And this includes refining our web mapping tool and continuing to refine and update the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy text so that it accurately reflects the intentions and steps of this process. So to remind everybody what this process is really about is in the original 1994 Territorial Sea Plan, Part 3, the Rocky Shores Management Strategy. There was a number of categories of management that were outlaid for rocky sites. And these categories, some were implemented, some were not. And over time, that meant that the original strategy became out of phase with on-the-ground management. So what we've been focused on for this part of the project has been updating those management designations and developing this new public proposal process. So the 3 new management designations that we have now ranged here somewhat roughly on a spectrum from the broadest to the strictest regulations. We have marine research areas, which are focused on protecting scientific research at a particular site, marine gardens or marine education areas, which are focused on education and interpretation opportunities, and then marine conservation areas, which are flexible in their restrictions, but focused on protecting particular species or particular habitats or communities. And with this new process, the public is available to submit proposals to change on-the-ground site management at some of these rocky habitat sites. So this could include addition of a new management designation, deletion of an existing management designation, or a modification of an existing one. So this all came out of public requests early on in the process, as Charlie mentioned. And so we've been working to develop the tools and the resources and the processes to ensure a strong, consistent process here. And so one of the things that came out of that, as Charlie mentioned, was we've developed a rocky habitat web mapping tool, also known as Seasketch. It's built on a platform that comes from a group down in California. We've been working to develop this platform for the purposes of this project, which includes an updated rocky habitat resource inventory. It allows the public to populate data and information visually onto a map window and manipulate that to help understand what's going on at some of these sites and what the focus of their protections or their management would need to be. So using the tool, you can sketch an area on the map that you wish to designate for a change in management. And you can discuss your plans on discussion forums. And then the proposal form itself is integrated into this tool. So you would fill out your responses to the proposal and submit it all through the tool. And we're also working on developing additional forms that will help facilitate our evaluation processes that can be integrated in the tool as well. So there's been 2 opportunities right now to submit a proposal for a change in site management. One is the initial proposal period. That's what we're in right now that Charlie mentioned. OPAC decided to extend in their May meeting. So that extension goes through December 31st of this year, at which point we will pause and close so that we can test our evaluation processes with our agencies and working group members and arrive at a recommendation for your spring meeting. The second opportunity to submit proposals, right now we're calling the maintenance proposal period. I think we've been talking about having a better name for that, but right now it's called the maintenance proposal period. And what this is this is an ongoing rolling submission period that stretches indefinitely into the future to ostensibly the next update to Part 3 of the Territorial Sea Plan. So this could be in place for several decades. So that means everyone involved in this process takes this very seriously to make sure that we get it right. So I'm going to drill down a little bit on what these proposal processes are going to look like. So here we have the steps, the high-level steps of the processes. They're very similar. Right now in the initial proposal process, that's the top bar of chevrons there. The public builds their proposal and submits it. Then our agency representatives will assess their proposals for feasibility and completeness, and then forward their accepted proposals or rejected proposals to the working group for their review and evaluation. The working group will craft a recommendation for the Ocean Policy Advisory Council and forward those. And then the Ocean Policy Advisory Council has to review and develop a recommendation for the Land Conservation and Development Commission, or LCDC. And then LCDC, they will review the proposals forwarded from OPAC and vote on which ones to possibly adopt. So the maintenance proposal process, this will look fairly similar, although the one step that you might notice is missing is the working group step. Following the conclusion of this project, the Rocky Habitat Working Group as it stands now will be dissolved. So that means reviewing and evaluating proposals in the future may fall on the members of OPAC, although they do, you do have an option to constitute a new working group if you would like to go through the review and evaluation process and craft a new recommendation.
And I just wanted to note here, and Moses is going to drill down into this a little bit more so you can actually see there's a lot more process embedded in each one of these steps. But what you probably don't see here, and I actually think it might be smart for us to kind of include this in some way, shape, or form, is that as soon as those proposals come to the working group, they will, and to the agency feasibility, they also go to tribes. And it's really important that as soon as we get these in our hands, that they go to tribes. Because there's tribes working with us in the working group process, and there's tribes in consultation with the state agencies, which are 2 different things. And so we really need to make sure that we're providing plenty of time prior to an OPAC recommendation for all that consultation to actually occur.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. That's absolutely correct. And I'll dive into that a little bit here in a few minutes as well. So at the bottom there, this is just kind of the timeline for from the project standpoint, since this is being supported by a project of special merit from NOAA. So right now you see we're in our initial proposal process, the latter half of 2020. Then the review and evaluation steps that you see here at the top, those are going to all have to occur between the new year and the next time OPAC meets. I'm assuming, you know, early May or late April. So all those evaluations will need to occur in that winter and spring time window. So that's a pretty tight time window as it is. And then the project itself officially concludes on September 30th of 2021. And the working group has recommended that we open up for proposals, accepting proposals for the maintenance process starting October 1st of 2021. So real quick, I just wanted to walk everyone through so that we all understand what the life cycle of a proposal really looks like. And so this is some of those additional details here. Of course, the first thing, the public has to build a proposal, and this is no small feat. This requires a tremendous amount of effort, including stakeholder engagement of various forms and curating the data and information that they need for their proposals. So they also have to learn how to navigate our Rocky Habitat web mapping tool, and we've provided some resources and guidance to help facilitate this. They need to gather and organize their data and information. They need to craft a suitable designation area, as well as the rationale for why they're crafting that particular designation. Engaging community partners and stakeholders for feedback, as I mentioned, and craft all of their rationale, their justification, and their narratives for all the proposal responses. And the proposal is certainly not a short form. So the agency feasibility and completeness analysis, there's a few things here to consider. One is they will have to have the staff time to review and report out on the proposals that they evaluate. And the reporting includes a draft narrative for the alignment with goals and policies of the Territorial Sea Plan, and also the report out on the implementation feasibility of a particular proposal regarding the agency jurisdiction and authority. Also, this includes, as Charlie mentioned, that we will notify tribal nations at this step. So as we send forward the proposals, once they've been processed and formatted, we'll forward them to our agency partners, but also our partners in tribal nations, to give them as much time as possible to review the proposals and craft any letters or communications for any of their questions or feedback. And so the agency analysis step results in a decision of either accepted or rejected, and then everything will be forwarded to the working group for their evaluation. And the working group evaluation, of course, they will need to review all of the proposal materials, discuss them as a group. This will likely take several meetings to arrive at a recommendation and a decision of either recommended or not recommended to be forwarded to OPAC. Once the group has arrived at kind of their initial recommendations, then all of the proposals will go out for a 30-day public comment period. So we'll advertise this around and gather public feedback and response. Following that, we will also brief the agency commissions to let them know what the recommendations are coming in. And we will, the working group will review the public comment that has come back in, provide a summary of that for OPAC, and adjust their recommendations if necessary. At which point it gets forwarded to OPAC, and then it's up to OPAC to review and craft their recommendations and send it to LCDC for their review and possible adoption. So there's a few resources I just wanted to mention that have been created and made available to help facilitate this process. And those are, we have, of course, our working group staff, our agency staff, including myself. We've been very engaged with many members of the public, as I mentioned. We also have that tool. The data and the forums there in particular have been very useful for this process. We have public forums, and many groups have private forums so that they can craft their proposals there. And we also have forums where folks like myself can answer questions for the public for everyone to see, or post announcements or links to other resources and developments. We've also created a user guide to walk people through how to use this tool, as well as a very high-level walkthrough of how to fill the responses in the proposal form and submit it. We also have a recording of a webinar with a live tool demo and a walkthrough of that proposal. We've created a frequently asked questions document, some one-page flyers with high-level overviews of the process, a proposal template to help folks draft their responses so they can copy and paste them into the official form, and the evaluation guide. And this is to help guide the agency analysis step and the working group evaluation step, and may be of use to OPAC members as well for developing their recommendations. We also out there have the Rocky Shores story map. It's been out there for a while, and OregonShoreZone.info website as well, with some visual information and links to other data and resources. And as I mentioned, I've been holding virtual office hours to answer questions for folks. So the time.
Go ahead. Just before you go to the next slide, I want to just pause on this for one moment, but go ahead, finish your thought.
No, go ahead. I'm ready to move on.
Okay, I just wanted to note there's a lot here and in this process, and I want you to know that we're piloting this in the middle of a pandemic with wildfires and a lot of other stress, both on the working group and the public. And so while what we're doing right now, we're really trying to focus on the process and learn from this as a process, because what we're trying to put in front of OPAC is not hopefully going to be happening in a pandemic in the future. And our expectations around building a proposal in the middle of a pandemic or in a shortened timeline may look a lot different than what they look like in the long run. So just realize that right now the working group and the public both are under a lot of stress to try and figure out a process in a very atypical year, and under very, in some cases, traumatic situations for individuals. And so there's two parts of this. There's one dealing with the initial proposal process. The other big thing for us is that everything you see here, we want reflected and embedded in the ongoing long-term process, because what we want is to build something that works and is easy for OPAC to update and maintain on a regular basis, rather than waiting 25 years to update this thing. 25-year update takes 3 years and a lot of resources. And so this we see as an opportunity to build a new tool that allows the public, agencies, and OPAC alike to sort of interact with and engage with adaptive management of our rocky habitat, rather than once every 25 years. So this is a really, just the process in itself and a lot of the resources that have been developed, to me, are really significant. And I'm really proud of what the agency has put into this through multiple projects of special merit, mapping grants, and otherwise. This has been a big effort. So realize we're in an atypical year, I think, is what I want to say, and that this is no small feat that's been accomplished here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Charlie. So I wanted to give everyone a rough idea of the timeline now, with all those details and steps in mind. So in our most recent working group meeting, we settled on this approximate timeline for our winter and spring evaluation steps. So it's a little busy here, but I'll point out a few things to help train your eyes a little bit. One, we have in January, our agency analysis. That's the time that we have to do this. I think it's something like 20 or 19 or 20 working days for the agency staff to conduct their analyses and develop and their decisions on the proposals. We've blocked off a few days here where it says WG, that's for working group. Some of these days we'll use just for the agency folks to convene and discuss. Following that, in February now, we have, that's our time, the working group's time rather, to conduct their evaluations. So far, we have a day blocked off at the beginning and the end. We're going to schedule a couple more days in the middle there so that the working group has plenty of opportunity to come together and discuss their thoughts on these proposals before arriving at their preliminary recommendation at the end of the month. So we're shooting for our public comment period to be in the month of March. And while that public comment period is occurring, the working group is then going to turn back to the strategy text and start revising and updating, hopefully, the final revisions to the strategy text so that it accurately reflects this process going into the future. At the end of the public comment period, again, we'll reconvene and review the comments that came in during that period and summarize that and update any recommendations that need it. And so that will occur sometime in the middle of April, most likely ahead of submitting all of these materials to the members of OPAC, at least 2 weeks ahead of whenever your next meeting is scheduled, to give you plenty of time to review these materials and prepare your thoughts. All right, and the next thing I wanted to give an update on in this process is our interactions, our ongoing interactions with tribal nations in Oregon. So I'm going to have one slide here. I'm just going to give everyone a little bit of background and information on tribal nations in Oregon and their relationship to the state and state agencies. And the next slide, I'll talk about how we've been engaging with tribal nations together on this process. So a little background on tribal nations in Oregon. The political status of tribal nations is that they're sovereign governments. This is unique from other entities that we might normally engage with in some of our processes and projects. The relationship with tribal nations and the federal government is established in the US Constitution, and it's maintained through treaties. So their sovereign status is not granted by the federal government. And as such, tribal nations have formal relationships, both with state and federal governments. So the state in particular has a special relationship with tribal nations. This includes formal relationships with state agencies, which conduct communication, coordination, and consultation with the 9 federally recognized tribal nations of Oregon. And this is according to guidance that's been established by executive order. So when I say consultation, that means that has a specific meaning. Consultation processes are founded on strong government-to-government relationships. So tribal consultation, when we use that word, that's the overall process of sharing information, coordination, engagement, and dialogue that may occur between tribal governments and state or federal governments, or other administrative entities within the United States. Tribal consultation occurs before an agency commits itself to a path of action that may affect tribal rights, lands, resources, governance, or other interests. Consultation is a process that ultimately leads to the development of a decision. There's another kind of consultation called government-to-government consultation, or sometimes just referred to as formal consultation. And this is the more formal component of the tribal consultation process. That engages tribal leaders and incorporates their input into decisions. So a formal government-to-government meeting will often occur between tribal leaders and similarly high-level federal or state decision makers. Is very customary to this process. And tribal nations may engage in either informal or formal consultation with the state at any time. And tribal nations and government agencies alike each have their own guiding policies for consultation. So DLCD, who I can speak for, has developed their own guiding policies on how to engage in the consultation process. And this helps to hopefully maintain strong relationships with our partners in tribal nations. And DLCD as well may periodically engage in formal government-to-government consultation. So to that end, We have been engaging in tribal consultation with some of our tribal nation partners that have interests in the coastal zone, and we have done so in the following ways. So firstly, what we call the Coastal Tribal Work Sessions. So we convened a series of roundtable work session discussions, one in September, one in October of this year. This was primarily with natural resources staff that were invited from the 5 tribal nations with land or interests in the coastal zone. So this includes the Grand Ronde, Siletz, Sétif Klusi, the Coquelle, and the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua. The focus of these meetings was to better engage with tribal nations on the TSP amendment process and help OCMP staff better understand tribal nation perspectives and concerns related more specifically to rocky habitats and resources, and to identify opportunities for coordination and collaboration to help ensure that tribal nation views are appropriately incorporated and represented throughout this process. So that's these things here. Several tasks and opportunities were identified as a result of these meetings. Plans for coordination between OCMP and tribal staff now include a few things. One, appropriate inclusion and representation in relevant sections of the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy text. 2, appropriate inclusion and representation of tribal nations on our web presence, particularly the Seasketch tool and our OregonOcean.info website. Thirdly, notifications and clear expectations for engagement in this proposal process, as well as meetings. So what I mean by that is the working group has established a standing agenda item for tribal nations comment now in all their meetings. And as we mentioned earlier, we will be notifying tribal nations of the proposals that we receive through this process. And finally, we've scheduled, we're hoping to schedule at least one follow-up work session meeting in early 2021 and additional meetings as necessary through this process. So as of this reporting, all of these tasks are currently in progress right now. Consultation through this process. So that's part of what's been going on with ongoing engagement with tribal nations. So we're continuing to identify other opportunities to communicate and coordinate through this process. We recently had a meeting in early December where we discussed in more detail what consultation could look like regarding the proposal process. And again, tribal nations may seek consultation with the state at any time, and that includes during the site designation process, and to give them opportunities to address decisions that may affect tribal rights, lands, resources, governance, or interests. So we will be inviting tribes to consult in this process starting in early January once we've received all those proposals. And we're hoping to that if there are anything that needs to be addressed, that we can conclude that ideally around April ahead of the next OPAC meeting. Not keeping up with my slides here. All right. Future work. Future work in the TSP amendment process will include ongoing multi-agency coordination with tribal nations to fulfill the tasks that we've identified above, and identify additional tasks and opportunities for coordination with tribal nations. Following receipt of the proposals, we will forward those and invite consultation and comment. Because the TSP represents a unique opportunity to coordinate and collaborate with our tribal nation partners regarding rocky habitat resources, we're hoping to, in our final revisions of the strategy text that you may see next spring, have them review appropriate sections, relevant sections to tribal nation representation and activities. And I think that's the end of that slide. And so, Charlie, I believe I will throw it back to you.
Sure. So I just kind of want to go over like where are we at for OPAC and what does this mean for OPAC? As you can see, there's a lot of work there in the first few months for the working group. really all of that process was a bit of a chess game, trying to figure out how we were going to sprinkle that across the calendar and line up with potentially commission meetings and otherwise for the outcomes of this process. So we're not really asking OPAC right now for any actions on this. There was a lot, I think, going into this. The challenge for us was the crystal ball of what's going to come in the door. We're being asked to evaluate proposals and work with this, and we just didn't have a great handle on how much capacity it was going to take us and how long it was going to take us to do the evaluation and to get through all the proposals and actually do the justice that we needed to do for the public proposals. That I feel like we've gotten kind of a handle on, but it's a learning opportunity for us. I'm going to say that we're really going to take a hard look at what time and capacity of the working group looks like and the agencies on the front and back end of proposals, because that's going to be important information for OPAC moving forward about just how can we keep this process going and what is achievable, or if there's going to be fiscal impacts to agencies, we need to understand what those are going to be early on. So for you guys right now, understand that the working group has a lot of work to do. You're going to hear about public proposals. They haven't been through the working group evaluation process yet. So just understand they're still subject to all of that process we talked about with the agency analysis and the working group. But they will be seeking, folks, I think, or will be seeking for folks to learn more about their proposals and doing outreach. So you're going to hear probably about proposals out there. And they're going to be floating around, and we invite people to learn more about those proposals as people have put a lot of effort and info into the and work into those. But the working group is going to be ultimately in the spring forwarding OPAC a proposal packet, and that packet will include the recommended proposals from the working group and the working group process and the agency evaluation. They'll also include all of the non-recommended proposals and everything that goes with that. The evaluation materials, the public comments, as well as our tribal nations feedback will all be kind of moved forward and prepared for OPAC in spring. And OPAC's really going to need to set aside some time. This isn't an hour-long update. This is a effort for OPAC. So at the spring meeting or the summer meeting, there's going to be the need for OPAC to both prepare in reviewing that OPAC recommendation before the OPAC meeting, but also to spend some considerable time and develop a process for how we're going to facilitate as you know, an advisory committee, the recommendation coming out of the working group, and ultimately make a recommendation to LCDC and the governor's office. It is my interest and that of the working group to deliver you guys a little present wrapped up with a bow that's really easy to adopt. I have a feeling that won't necessarily be the case. I think we're going to do the best we can to really do justice in this evaluation process so that the decision making and the work for OPAC is deliberate and obvious, and it won't be easy. But easier. So I hope that the working group takes a big load and is able to make this material information digestible. But most importantly, what will also be coming out of that working group, besides the recommendation around proposals, is the recommendation for process, because we don't want to update this every 25 years. We probably don't have the capacity to do this kind of a lift every year. We know we don't. So what does that look like moving forward for OPAC? That will also be sort of part of our recommendation to OPAC, which will say like, hey, this is what we've learned in this sort of pilot process and working with the public in these proposals. And this is what OPAC can expect in the future. And those who are going to have to evaluate these can expect in the future. That's really all we have, I think, for now. As far as updates, I think we've got plenty of time for some questions. I do want to again thank the working group. I also want to thank the public. The public's been very patient in this process. They've had a bit of a moving target. As I like to say, we've been trying to build a bike while riding it too. And that's been challenging. Developing process and running process at the same time is tricky. So that's been a learning lesson for all of us. And I appreciate everybody's patience, particularly given what's been a profoundly challenging year for many of us. So I'll pause there and we can move on to questions. Moses, unless you have more to add, I miss anything.
No, that was great, Charlie. I just wanted to reiterate once more that, really, as we move through this process, always have in the back of our minds that we're thinking long-term, right? So once this project is completed, then we'll move into that maintenance phase, and OPAC can expect that every year, likely, there may be proposals coming in, and it's going to need to be integrated into regular OPAC activities. So that's something that we're going to try our best to provide as much guidance on as possible to make it easy. But that's the expectation long-term moving forward.
Thanks, Andy. Let's move on to questions. I have something to say at the end, but let's go with whoever was first.
Know who's first?
Ray Monroe, you had the first question in the queue.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation. And I know this is an agenda item on the process update. And I appreciate the work that you've all done and the time spent. It's an amazing task what you brought forward. I don't know if this is appropriate time or not, but I'm getting some concerns and questions from our natural resource users up in here on an article that was written in the paper. What is the timeline or the public comment process for pre-approved sites for designation? Is that a question you can answer, and is it an appropriate one to ask you now?
Can you clarify what you mean by pre-approved sites? Because
yeah, so just based on what was put in the Tillamook County Pioneer, we were talking about the Cape Lookout site, and I'm getting concerns from people that we talked about in 1994, and I don't have answers to those questions, and so they're concerned of when do they get to say, or is it too late to say, or on the comments on their concerns of a proposed area.
So that's a great question, Ray. In fact, this kind of came up yesterday as well from an individual who had some concerns on a proposal that was being developed. Those proposals we actually haven't received yet, so we don't actually. They're not complete and submitted. So what I've been encouraging people to do is if they have thoughts, concerns, or interests on a proposal right now, now's the time to talk to those who are developing the proposals. And if you can reach out to those individuals, if their information's been provided publicly, or if there's a contact information, or if there's a way that we can help get you in touch with a proposer, now's the time I think that we want as many, and again, we're not in an ideal year for stakeholder engagement, but this is really when we want people communicating with proposers, helping them shape their proposal, and giving them that feedback. Now, once that proposal lands, for us, you can provide comment to the working group about a proposal at any time. Ideally, when the recommendation comes from the working group to and it goes out for public comment, and that March 30-day period would be the time to kind of be doing what's official public comment. But to your point, if you want to influence a proposal before it's already been recommended or out there or gone through the evaluation process, I believe that your best bet is to reach directly out to a proposer themselves. Moses or Andy, or is more to add to that?
No, I think that's great.
And Ray, if you have specifics about a site and wanting to get in contact with an individual, and I have an idea for where most of the proposals are coming from now. I won't officially really know until they get forwarded to me. But we've been communicating with groups here and there and answering questions. So I can put you in touch with folks and would like to do that if I can.
Well, Charlie, I really appreciate that. And so in the process, once it's submitted for a request for designation, then there still is a public comment period to the public?
Yes, in fact, there would be many opportunities, for public comment after it's been submitted, both to the working group, through the working group process at the OPAC level, or honestly at the LCDC level, we would hope that by the time it gets to OPAC, that really the majority of the comment is coming in and has come in at that point in time. But there's plenty of opportunities. I mean, all the way down to if there were rules being adopted for any designation, that would go through agency rulemaking, and that would be subject to public comment as well. So understand there's a lot of touch points in there, but to your point about, you know, touching the ship before it sails, I really think it's important to have early and often communication before these proposals land in our folders.
So I did see a comment come up, and I did ask about the pre-approved sites. Is that just going to be implemented, or is there another, is this, they have to be resubmitted now?
Okay, so I think if we're talking about the existing designations, when you mean pre-approved, the phase 2 process we went through and both retained certain sites and eliminated some others. The majority of the habitat refuges were taken off the plate, primarily because in public scoping, we learned those were very confusing for the public, and most of them were never implemented in rule. But all of the others, they remain in place, and they became subject to name changes slightly. But for the most part, everything's still in place for those sites. Now, one could propose an alteration to those sites. This process is about adaptive management, and it allows for proposals for new sites, changes to or additions to an existing site, or a wholesale deletion of a site even. So this proposal process is about proposing manipulation of the territorial sea as it relates to rocky habitat, both pre-approved, as you may say, in 1994 sites, and those that may be new that people are proposing. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I'm trying to answer my questions to my constituents in my head. So if I can be specific, Charlie, so where is the process of the Cape Lookout designation right now? Is it just going to be implemented, or is it not going to be implemented before further?
So right now, I believe there may be a public proposal coming in about Cape Lookout that I have yet to see, so I can't comment on that or speak to that. The old Cape Lookout habitat refuge, it was sort of went away in our process because those habitat refuges were not implemented. Does that answer your question?
I think that'll get worked out. I think it's an informational thing, and I think that once the constituents get to talk to whoever that we need to talk to it, we can.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to have a call offline with you. Moses, is there better clarification? Cape Lookout was confusing because it was like half of it was designated as a habitat refuge, the other half wasn't. And then it kind of went away based on our process of around designations.
Yeah, I think I can clarify some of that. So it is very confusing, and it was, you know, for me coming in the middle of this process, I had to learn all this fresh too. So I understand how you're feeling. I think what's going on is in the original 1994 territorial sea plan, like I mentioned earlier, we developed you know, 6 or 7 categories of management designation for the 91 major rocky habitat sites along the coast. And in the territorial sea plan, we said, you know, these sites are in this category, these sites are in this category, and so on. But those are recommended designations. So whether or not they were actually implemented into rule, as Charlie says, that sometimes happened and sometimes didn't. So that was part of why this update needed to happen in the first place, because what was actually implemented in rule and being managed actively or knowingly versus what was just existing on paper was out of phase. So, and a lot of folks in the public and as well as stateside misunderstood that those were recommended designations and not necessarily officially managed designations. So that's what we've been trying to do in part in this process, is try to resolve that. and moving forward into the future, make a more adaptive process as things change, so that we don't have to crack open the whole TSP again to change that. Does that help clarify a bit?
Yes,
And I
it
would-
does. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I would also direct people's attention to Appendix F
Yeah,
in
the
our
table.
draft strategy that provides a history and a summary of the difference between the 1994 sites and the sites that were actually implemented in administrative rule, which gives a background for then how we were able to move forward with our process.
Yeah, Ray, I actually think that appendix will be very helpful to give you some context of what was, what is, and what's moving forward.
Okay, thank you guys for your time and efforts. I really appreciate it.
Okay, so the next in the queue to speak is Patty. If you want to respond, there was a question
everyone.
in the question answer session.
Hi, everyone. This is Patty Snow, Oregon Coastal Program Manager. Wanted to respond to a question that was in the question and answers. It's from Nadia Gardner, who wanted to know if unrecognized tribes would be consulted. The North Coast has the unrecognized Cotsip-Nehalem tribe. And so just wanted to clarify that by Oregon law, the state, we can only officially consult government-to-government consultation with the 9 federally recognized tribes. So when Moses was talking about the tribes, he was really talking about the federally recognized tribes in Oregon. We certainly have a very strong interest in hearing from any unrecognized tribes, but the official government-to-government coordination and consultation is limited by state law, Oregon state law, to the 9 federally recognized tribes. So I don't know if anybody else wants to add on to that, but we certainly are very interested and want to work with any of the unrecognized tribes as well. But it is a different situation with recognized versus unrecognized tribes. Thank you.
Thanks. We had Jamie next, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. In the process, will the general, this is for Charlie and Michael, will the general public be able to see the proposals once they are submitted on the Seasketch platform?
Yeah, I can answer that. Eventually, yes. Immediately, not quite. There's some processing and reformatting that needs to be done once we pull the proposals off the tool. But those will, once we've been able to do that, at some point, we will make them publicly available. We don't have an exact date at the moment, as we are running through this process for the first time and working out the logistical kinks at the moment. But they will become available. We'll post them on the forums on the Seasketch tool for one, so that folks can see the actual polygons that were drawn on the map, those designated areas. We'll also make them available on OregonOcean.info, and so that they'll become available ahead of the public comment period, so that we give folks as much lead time as possible to review those and digest them and formulate their feedback.
Thank you.
Thanks. We have Lauren next.
Thank you. I recently became aware of a proposal that is being put together by Dennis White of the Audubon Society. That proposal being to create an MPA piggybacking on the north side of the Otter Rock Marine Reserve. Depending on what side of the fence you want to stand on the pro side of things, their proposal makes a certain degree of sense, where it's an extension, if you will, of the area to increase education. That's one of their desires, is to create more education there for the impacts of people visiting that area and not being careful in the tide pool areas and things of that nature. And that it is an extension of that marine reserve. On the other side of the coin, from where I typically stand as one of the stakeholders, I was never consulted yet prior to this proposal coming to light at a recent city council meeting. And Mr. White, in fact, asked for the endorsement of the Depot Bay City Council at that time, which I felt was a bit premature, but there it was. On the other side of the coin, it's an extension of the Marine Reserve as an MPA that is already, well, I have to question whether it's warranted, in as much as there are the Oregon Islands already represented within that Marine Reserve. There's a Marine Garden, Whale Cove, not very far to the north. And I'm concerned about the contacts that they have not yet made with the stakeholders. So going back to the Marine Reserves battles that we engaged in for quite a long period of time, I'm reminded of a phrase called mission creep. And that's what I think I'm seeing here. And frankly, as a stakeholder and user of that resource, and I happen to fish in that area quite a bit, yeah, it scares the hell out of me. So I'll just leave it at that.
Hey, Lauren, I appreciate that. I want to encourage you and others to help us provide feedback to the public about when and how is the right time to engage stakeholders. I think a lot of people that may be engaging in this process might not know anything about marine reserves, might not know anything about what went down and what has gone, what the coast has been through on things. I don't know the specifics of the proposal you're talking about either. But I think what we can communicate now is important is when the right time to engage stakeholders is, what are the stakeholder interests? And I also would encourage you to let the working group do our job. Everything that you have raised here has been a deep discussion within the working group, and that those individuals in the working group have bore witness to marine reserves. In fact, one of them ran the process for OPAC. And so we're steeped in both that experience and the impact and some of the agreements that were made with stakeholders up and down the coast. So I'd encourage folks to let the working group do their job, see what comes out of the working group. But your concerns right now, I think, are important to communicate back to proposers with respect to when and how the right time is to engage, because I often am met in processes where we're reacting to something that it would have been better if we were all at the table early on. And I think I think you agree with that, Lauren, and I think others are going to be responding and reacting to proposals that were developed that they weren't involved in. And I think right now it's a matter of understanding that it might not have been a great year for involving stakeholders and engagement, given our situation, but also helping us understand what is that threshold and helping the public understand what is the expectation and threshold for meeting stakeholder engagement, because that's something that we meaningfully need to figure out. When is it right? And when have we gotten enough stakeholder engagement? And when we haven't gotten enough. And the working group's gonna be wrestling with some of these things. So I really appreciate your feedback. You're not alone in the concern about what you mentioned with respect to marine reserves and protected areas. And that has been careful thought within the working group. I don't know if any working group members wanted to add more to that, or Moses and Andy. These have been pretty deep discussions though within the working group for years, really.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that, yeah, this is, we're very sensitive to the issue with marine protected areas, marine reserves. We're working very hard to not make this marine reserves 2.0, that this is a separate process focused on separate resources and habitats and management. So yes, as Charlie said, we've had some very deep discussions about this, and that's definitely a perspective that we're aware of.
And Lauren, they get as complicated as understanding where our comparison areas are and what type of science is happening in those, and how that doesn't want to be, we don't want those areas impacted. So, I mean, we got as deep as having to map not just the marine reserves and protected areas, but also the comparison areas because of the active research that's going on in those areas that impacts the marine reserve program. So there's a lot of depth in what you're talking about, and we've definitely thought about that. It doesn't mean that we don't have blind spots. And so I really do appreciate hearing your feedback and making sure we get this on the record.
Well, thank you, Charlie. I wasn't implying that I wanted to take over doing your job for you. No, quite the contrary. But what I was concerned about was a sort of reaction, to put it in YouTube terms, of hold my beer and watch this. So, anyhow, that's all I have to say at this point in time.
Thanks, Lauren.
David, I think you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. I have some concerns here. You know, this is a very aggressive timeline now going into 2021. And this has to be a really thoughtful process moving forward, especially from OPAC itself, not just the working group, but from OPAC. I'm concerned about where the resources are going to come from. I'm concerned about the added work that we're going to be placing on many of the agencies that are going to be involved here. We're right in the middle of COVID now. I'm not even sure we're in the middle of COVID. We may be early in this COVID process. I just don't know. And resources, especially financial resources, are just not available from the state right now. I know the governor's most recent budget work. She stated that, you know, her budget is aspirational, as it were. And one of the issues is that her aspirational budget is relying on a lot of money coming from the feds. I'm just not sure that's possible. So that's something I think that we need to take into consideration as we move forward with this process, is where are these resources going to come from? Like Lauren, I just too have to recommend that, you know, this cannot just become an extension of the Marine Reserves process that was such a battle early on. And I think it could easily happen. I'm glad to hear that the working group has been having many conversations about this. It's important that we not let that happen. And again, that's another reason that I think OPAC really needs to be very careful as we move forward on this. Using an adaptive process, I certainly understand. But I am a little troubled that the public can propose changes to site management and designations. And again, I think the working group is going to have to be really involved in this, as is OPAC, as a general rule. I mean, I just see some problems here. One of them that I see is the marbled murrelet. There are groups that are training experts now from the public. They come in and they learn a little bit about marbled murrelet behavior and what to listen for a marbled murrelet as it gets dark. In my conversations with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and ODFW and NOAA Fisheries, they are very concerned about accepting public input on Marble Murrelet from these trained observers. So again, I just think we have to be really careful moving forward from here. The completeness and feasibility of proposals coming from the public, it's going to have to be vetted very, very carefully. Moving forward, how we consider, how OPAC works on these issues moving forward. I appreciate the working group really laying much of the groundwork, but that groundwork now needs to come to OPAC as it has today. And OPAC's going to have to really take a hard look at the proposal and figure out how we're going to do this. We just can't put together any go-arounds. And we certainly can't have any unfunded mandates in this process. And it's just, again, this has to be a very thoughtful process. And that's why one of the issues I'm concerned about is this pretty tight timeline going into 2021. So those are just my comments. I'd love feedback from the working group.
I'll just start by saying that, you know, concerns are a dime a dozen and we're looking for solutions. So I appreciate it. These are concerns, like I said, that it may be an aggressive timeline for you, but for some of us, we started this 3 years ago and have had no less than maybe 20 policy recommendations, decision points from both the working group and OPAC over the past 3 going on 4 years now. So I'm having a hard time keeping a working group together. If I tell Scott Mcmullan I'm going to drag this out for another year, he's going to walk. And that's knowledge and information and experience that I need in this process. We also have a project of special merit, and we have federal dollars that are funding this right now. With Moses being on board, that's something that we've extended for 2.5 years now to try and meet a deadline for OPAC. So if we're going to extend the timeline, then we need to bring more resources in. And if we're concerned about timeline, which we all are, and capacity, that's nothing new. I hear you, David. We're all concerned about these things. We're doing the best we can as humans running processes in a pandemic. And I invite any solutions that you may have. But certainly, I think you're right that OPAC needs to focus on their process. That's what's important coming out of this. We just make a recommendation. OPAC's going to make the final decision or recommendation to the governor's office in LCDC. So Walter and the rest of the working group and myself, we really hope that we can tie up a bow and a present for OPAC to make an easy decision around. And we're going to do the best we can. We're going to work a really hard process. And you've seen there's a lot of steps in that. There's a lot of pieces to that. I mentioned before, we're going to try and capture what it costs us. What does it cost working group time? What does it cost agency time? It's all imperfect. We're going to do the best we can because this initial proposal process is just that. It's an opportunity for us to learn and to say, this is what it's going to cost us as a working group, as state agencies, to do this on an ongoing basis and to adaptively manage. I think the adaptive management really, there's no less than probably 5,000 public comments over the past 3 years around us being more adaptive with this territorial sea plan and figuring out how to make updates more regularly. That's not easy, and it goes with a lot of thought, and it is tenuous. And so we just want to try and set up a process and something for OPAC into the future where we understand the expectations. Right now, there's a lot of expectations from a lot of people that we're not going to meet. We're going to do the best we can to find somewhere in the middle because we're constrained on resources, capacity, and what we can do. But really what we're trying to do is define a process that's manageable for OPAC into the future. And I think there's a lot of tension around the proposals themselves, the designations themselves. And really what the working group is trying to think about is less zeroing in on the reaction on those designations and how people are responding to that, but figuring out what is this process, what is it going to cost us, and how can OPAC maintain the territorial sea plan in the future without waiting 20 or 30 years. But do understand that we're humans. We're doing the best we can, and we all have concerns about this process, particularly all the things that you raised, David. So I can't disagree with you. I can say that I'm at the helm here looking for people bringing solutions to the table though. And that's really what I need.
Charlie, I appreciate that so much, and I can tell I hit a hot spot there with you. I know how hard the working group has been working on this, especially you, Charlie. I know you've been. This is a passion of yours, and it comes out when you speak about it. It really does. I know you've taken a lot of heat from a lot of different sides, being in the position that you have been on this working group, and I appreciate that. And I'm not downplaying all the work that the working group has done to this point. I am not. I'm just throwing out there some things that I feel are gonna be a problem, could be a problem moving forward. I'm glad to hear that the working group has really considered all of the issues that I brought up. And I, for one, am want to work with you and OPAC, through OPAC, to see where we come out at the other end.
And again, I think it's mitigating these challenges to the best we can. We're never going to have a silver bullet process, but absolutely, I encourage your engagement and help us working through a lot of these things. I think the biggest one for us is, what does this process look like for the future of OPAC? How much time does it cost to do this? And from the beginning to the end for a proposal, if somebody wants to make a change to the territorial sea plan, what does that cost? We need a good understanding of that on all sides.
All right, let's kind of try to get back on schedule here, but we had Shelby, one more comment or a question.
Yeah, thanks. First, Moses, Charlie, thanks so much for the presentation. It was really helpful, very thorough. And of course, thanks to the whole working group for your really dedicated efforts to this. I have a comment and a question. First, certainly we've heard that the process does need to be rigorous, and there are multiple steps in this. One of the things that this group needs to consider is, what is OPAC's process? Particularly since we will be looking at packages likely in the spring. And it would be probably better for us to determine what our internal process and criteria are in advance of actually receiving those packages. So that may be a conversation that needs to happen first with the executive committee, perhaps with input from the working group, and then bring it forth to OPAC for consideration. The question that I have is, in the documentation, Charlie and Moses, you mentioned that you anticipate between 10 and 15 proposals coming in for this initial phase. Have you heard from others that this is really, everybody's pushing for this initial phase? This will be the big bolus of proposals coming in? Or do you anticipate that folks will be really looking at how this pilot phase goes and then submit more in the maintenance phase?
Crystal ball questions that challenge us for process. So not knowing what's coming in the door or what the public intends to do in the future is a challenge. And one of the reasons why it's really important for us to zero in on how much time per proposal does it take us. But I think we still don't know. We know that there's a number of proposals out there in the 10 to 15 range potentially for groups and people working on things. Whether they get it to the finish line on December 31 and submit it or not, I think we could assume that if they don't, then they might want to submit it later. So for the groups that we know of and have heard of, there may be, I don't know what else is out there. I wouldn't expect, I do expect the majority of interest to be now. We did this public scoping. There's been some, we built up a bit of a climax around this initial proposal process. And to some degree, it's done us a disservice, I think. But I do think that the majority of interest will come now. Again, I'm guessing, Shelby. I don't know for sure. If we only get a couple of proposals at the end of the year, then I would expect we're actually going to get a lot more in the future based on what I know people have been talking and doing out in the public sphere right now. One thing we can do that may help OPAC, and this is something that we can talk about as a working group, is obviously we would provide all of our criteria for evaluation, all of our materials that it went through. And some of those criteria are really based on the strategy itself, which I think will be important for OPAC to guide their decision making when ultimately they're looking at the recommendations. But you're right, that's something that certainly Sea Grant would be well positioned and poised to provide some expertise on, is how we might facilitate that process for OPAC.
Thanks, Charlie.
Hot potato.
All right, thanks, Charlie. Just in the try and move us along here, I just want to say that I appreciated your job as the chair, and you've done a great job. And like David said, that you've been pulled in both directions. And I want to especially thank the agency's participation. And there are some comments made about them that I would I don't care to repeat them, but those don't reflect my feelings about their participation, and I appreciate the time and effort that they have spent as part of the working group. So I'm just going to put you on the spot here, Charlie, and in the attempt to move on, is there anything from OPAC that you need from chair to chair? Is there anything that you would like from OPAC? This is an action item to move forward, or any further clarification from us about what we expect from the working group?
Not at this time. I don't have any action items for OPAC on this item. So.
All right, thanks. And I heard from Shelby that she wants OPAC to look at the OPAC process going forward. I guess we'll put that on the agenda for the working group. We're a little bit behind schedule. If there's any more questions, for the working group? Are there any? Okay, seeing none, let's take a break. We'll be back at 11:05 with the TSP Part 4 queued up. Thanks. Hello, everybody. We're just, if you can get back to your seats, back to your cameras, and so we can move on. All right, Andy, you got, we're going to come back from our break. We've got Part 4 Working Group Establishment. This is part of a request from OFCC. They asked us for a letter to change some wording in Territorial Sea Plan Part 4. There were some other issues that came up, the Facebook cable, and some conversations with DLCD. The OFCC was asked to do some other text updates to Territorial Sea Plan Part 4. So we will be making a working group to address those issues. I've talked with Andy, and it's going to be a pretty narrow focus. Most of it will be dealing with the text updates and maybe looking at some other information that was in your packets. Andy, can you go on a little bit more about what's going to be required of the working group?
Yes, thank you, Walter. We are hoping that this will be a relatively time-limited commitment with 2 to 3 meetings of a working group where we will have very specific discussions and dialogues around areas within Part 4 that we need to consider. There have been and has been a lot of conversation around the edge cable landing at Tierra del Mar that has identified potential for thinking about the landward side of cables as they come from the ocean and connect to infrastructure on land. So that will likely be one of the areas where the group considers potential amendments. One of the suggestions or the options to consider there is to promote the idea of a shoreside joint agency review committee, like we have put into policy associated with any proposed marine renewable energy device proposal. There may also be other potential items to consider. For example, what happens when cables are being decommissioned and there are hangups with that process. So we would like there to be a working group established that has a representation from our different important agency as well as stakeholder groups, and so that we can provide the best recommendations on amendments to Part 4 that we can. So considering a hopefully 2 to 3 meeting commitment focused on text review and some kind of broad policy areas of discussion. I have placed for your reference documents related to that edge cable incident in the OPAC meetings folder. The Oregon Parks and Recreation Department has done a great job of providing a summary of that issue item. I think what we need today, Walter, is to have OPAC members volunteer if they would like to serve on that working group. And then following up with our meeting today, we should have a public self-nomination process for other individuals outside of the council who would be able to participate with the working group as representatives of the industry or local governments or other stakeholders who have want to have a voice in our policy development.
All right, Andy, do we know what the agencies involved would be?
Yes, it would at a minimum be our agency participating, the Department of State Lands, the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife at a minimum.
Okay. All right. So what we'll do now is we'll take volunteers for the work group for OPAC members. State your name and your willingness to participate.
Or let us know if you have any questions.
Yeah.
Walter, this is Commissioner Yamamoto. I'll be very honest with you. I would love to be on this commission. I know all the ins and outs of what's happened here with the EDGE cable system. At the same time, I am very reluctant to put my name in here because of how busy as a commissioner. All the commissioners across the United States are, our #1 mission right now is COVID. But this is also something near and dear to my heart. Tillamook County, of all the coastal counties, has the most robust fiber backbone of any county on the Oregon coast. And there's a reason for that. 25 years ago, we put out a request for proposal for companies to come in and lay the groundwork for our fiber backbone, and we received no one. So we developed an agency called Tillamook Lightwave, and over 25 years, we have done an outstanding job of building the most robust fiber backbone of any county in the state, coastal county, excuse me. So now I am part of 2 TSPs looking at how to bring fiber to other coastal communities. One is up north. We're dealing with Clatsop and Columbia County in developing fiber backbone there. I'm also dealing with Lincoln County, who's in partnership with Lynn, Lane, and Benton. Lynn, Lane, Benton, and Lynn. Yes, Lynn, Bain, and Lynn, Benton, and Lane counties. So again, we're assisting other coastal counties now in developing their fiber backbone. So yeah, I would ask to be placed on this working group, especially if it's only going to be a few meetings. I think I can handle that. I would make one other recommendation though. Someone that needs to be on this committee is Scott Mcmullan, president of the Fisherman's Advisory Cable Committee. He's the one that lays all the groundwork for how these cables are going to come across the Pacific and land on Oregon shores. So I think he is also going to be extremely important in this endeavor. And I can't believe I just put my name up for inclusion on a new committee. Thank you for that.
Thanks for those comments, David. And I had no idea that all those counties were involved. If I could ask you to maybe talk to AOC and maybe have them provide a letter of intentions or what the expectations are from AOC, asking the coastal counties to give some guidance to the work group.
Yeah, thank you for that, Walter. I'd be more than happy to do that.
All right, thanks. Any more comments or before we go on to nominations or?
Yes, Gina had her hand raised, as well as Tara after Gina.
Well, I don't know if this is technically a nomination, but I guess I'd like to encourage Jamie Faraday to participate in this group as the public at large rep. I think this is a great role, but I'm going to give him a few minutes to ponder it before there's like a official nomination.
Gina, you read my mind. I was thinking about it, actually. That's all for now.
Great. Okay, this is also volunteer. You don't have, just because you're nominated doesn't mean you have to take the position either. Thanks, Jamie. Tara, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I would like to be a part of the working group. I'll volunteer. I think it's very important that conservation impacts and concerns are represented. So I will put my name in the hat here. I also agree with the comments made about limiting the number of meetings that we're looking at, and have very specific goals and timelines for what the working group is looking to do. Because I know that we are all strapped for time and resources. So with that, I'll put myself in the running as well.
All right. Thanks, Tara. And I echoed that. Andy and I had a good discussion that this narrow focus and to make sure we can bang this out in 1 to 3 meetings. And Charlie, I just saw your comment. That's not a good one. All right. Are there any more comments or questions for the?
Susan Chambers raised her hand. Maybe you're just volunteering. Can you confirm?
Sure. I just wanted to, like Andy said, I wanted to confirm that I'll volunteer for this. Fishing and use of the seafloor is obviously very important, and one of the reasons I'm on this council. So I'd be happy to volunteer for that. And I also agree that Scott Mcmullan should be a part of this committee, because he, like, I believe it was David Yamamoto who said that he is integral to this process. So that's all I have. Happy to volunteer.
All right.
Thank you, Susan.
Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. This is Chris Wall from NOAA. I'm not volunteering. I'm not the right person, but I would ask the folks who do end up on this working group to consider whether you would like or need any kind of federal representation on it. And in particular, if there's someone, a different part of NOAA, whether it's Fisheries Service or any of our hydrographic branch folks that would be appropriate. If you need help connecting with someone, I can try and help with names and or helping make that connection, but we'll look to the group to sort of put in the ask and explain what it is. But just think if there's a different federal representative that would be helpful or necessary on this, so I can try and connect you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. So far I have Jamie, Tara, David Yamamoto, and Susan as far as OPAC members, correct? Andy?
I have Jamie as a maybe still.
Okay.
And that's confirmed, Jamie, or you're a yes?
Yes.
You are confirmed as a yes. Okay. Thank you.
And then we have the agencies, and I'm not going to volunteer Scott to do it. I'd like to see him on there, but maybe if he can't do it, reach out, and if he can have an appropriate person with some experience and knowledge of the industry also would be good.
Yeah, Walter, I'd like to propose that following our meeting, we have about a month-long or so period of public nominations for individuals to submit their names to participate, which would be reviewed by the executive committee. I imagine Scott would like to nominate himself, but I will allow him to do so, and along with anybody else who wants to self-select. So the process would be that we would post those materials in a notice. I would collate them and then provide them to the executive committee for their review. OPAC would ultimately need to review and approve all members of this new working group. And from a timing perspective, I do not expect the working group to start until July or afterwards, when we were envisioning kind of the bulk of the work on the Part 3 process would be complete. So that a little bit more context and information for you.
Okay, that sounds great. I see Tara has another comment. Go ahead, Tara.
I just wanted to echo some of what Chris said in getting federal input on this, and perhaps our state agency folks who work on federal consistency. I think that's going to be important knowledge and information to have. So just wanted to flag that and put that out there as something we should make sure is represented.
All right, thanks, Tara. Gina, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think one more thing we want to consider is when we formed the Part 3 working group, we thought about some skill sets or knowledge talents that we needed and kind of made a call. So when we put out the request for nominations, anyone could apply, but we also were looking for some specific, like I said, knowledge or skill set. So I don't know if like, you know, the executive committee or this group of 4 people wants to consider what that might be. But, you know, like Tara is saying, I think federal consistency expertise would be helpful. And so I don't know if we want to say like, you know, in your announcement, Andy, we're looking for people. And if you have these talents or skills, that's, you know, a bonus. But it'd be one idea to consider.
Thank you, Gina. I think it would be good for me to draft something in the announcements and have the executive committee review that before it goes out.
Okay, that sounds great. Thanks, Andy.
And Andy, I think we just need to do the, you know, just a clarification when we talk to the working group members too, is that we make sure that we stay within the narrow confines of what OPAC is to do. And like I said, we can get a lot of the input, but make sure that what we're addressing is OPAC concerns. And this might change. I was heard that there was possibly some legislation on this. Hopefully, we can convene the working group after that question's answered, and then we can work from there. Charlie, one more comment.
Yeah, I know that, you know, the request came to OPAC around the inspections for seafloor for updating this, and now there's some incidents and other things that have kind of are being looked at by the group. But it would be helpful just to hear back from the group once they've sort of set their charter mission and goals, so that we know exactly what they're working on and what they're not. And the only other point is that I don't want to belabor the work of that group, but I do think it's really important that we look at the long-term uses of our seafloor. And sort of those compounding uses over time, and not just address, you know, particular incident type issues, but kind of really put some thought into what does that long-term use look like.
Okay, thanks, Charlie. So Andy, you're going to do a 1-month opening for solicitations, and then will those members that are part of the public, will they have to come back to OPAC, or would that be up to the executive committee?
Consistent with how we've done other approval for working group members, there's been a provisional acceptance by the executive committee, and then that is confirmed by the full council at its next meeting.
Okay, so between the closing of the proposal and the next OPAC meeting, we'll have an executive board meeting to give a heads up or a nod, and then an official nod at the next OPAC meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good.
I think Patty also had a comment before we close the issue.
Okay, Patty?
Just wanted to mention that it's the LCDC won't be officially starting the rulemaking until we're planning at this point July. So that fits in well with timing, the working group not meeting until then as well. Just wanted to mention that on our policy agenda for LCDC. It is on our agenda starting in July. That's the plan. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Patty.
And Walter, would
Yes.
you be, and I guess would the council be amenable to me starting that process later in the spring, closer to the actual time when the working group would be convened for the first time?
Okay, yeah, I would. So do you want to just a vote on that, Andy, or you just want some consensus?
I just think if there's any issues with me waiting, it would be nice to know about that.
Okay, if there's any issues with Andy waiting, can you please reply in the chat? If not, Andy, you've got the go ahead from us to do what you do. And
great.
Sorry, you won't have Laurel to be on that working group. Okay, to move this along, Andy, do we have anything else on this, or are we good? Do you need anything else from us?
Maybe I'll just confirm with Steve Shipsey that everything we've done process-wise has been consistent with OPAC policies and procedures.
Yeah, I don't have any concerns. And if I come across something, we'll work it out.
Okay,
All right, thanks, Steve. Okay, moving along, we have offshore wind update. Andy, go ahead. And Whitney.
Yeah, bear with me. I just promoted Whitney to be able to speak, and I will get our presentation going momentarily. All right, are you seeing my the offshore wind energy planning presentation?
I am. This is Whitney. I just like confirmation you can hear me.
Yes, Whitney, I can hear you. So I will be advancing the slides for you. Just let me know when you need that.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to present to OPAC this morning. My name is Whitney Hauer. I'm with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management in the Pacific Regional Office. I'm a renewable energy specialist and also the task force coordinator for the BOEM Oregon Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force. Thank you again for the opportunity to present and co-host this presentation with Andy. Next slide. So an overview of what I'd like to cover today with Andy is an introduction and background to BOEM, our authorization process, and as well as the BOEM Oregon Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force. And much of this topic is a review to OPAC as we presented to OPAC previously back in October of 2019, but also very much looking forward to present our planning effort to date, what we've been up to so far, and then pass the presentation over to Andy for an overview on the Oregon Offshore Wind Mapping Tool, referred to as ORA Wind Map, and then move into a discussion and next steps, and look forward to any OPAC input. Next slide. So as a review on BOEM, our mission is to develop the U.S. Outer Continental Shelf energy and mineral resources in an environmentally and economically responsible way. Our office is in charge of leasing of these areas and has a strong environmental science and analysis section to inform these leasing decisions. Our jurisdiction on the U.S. West Coast is in federal waters from 3 to 200 nautical miles. This is the Outer Continental Shelf, and this does exclude national marine sanctuaries. And so you'll see on the map on the left some of the national marine sanctuaries on the West Coast in Washington and California. I should mention that the Pacific Regional Office represents California, Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii. Next slide. So this is an overview of our energy authorization process for renewable energy, and it's important to note it's a multi-year process with 4 stages. The first is planning and analysis. Next slide, which often begins with an Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force and a commitment to renewable energy planning with data gathering informally, and then moving into our formal call for information and nominations. Where BOEM puts out an announcement and has a formal feedback time before moving into area identification and its environmental review. For comparison to where our regional office is in other states, in Washington, there is not an Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force, but there is in both California and Hawaii. And both of those states are working with BOEM in area identification, as there has already been a call. And in Oregon, there is a task force, and we're currently in the data gathering phase. The next phase, or next slide, is leasing, which includes the proposed sale notice, a final sale notice, auction, and then lease issuance. And once a lease is issued, that allows the lessee to move into the site assessment phase, next slide, which includes both site characterization and the site assessment to collect this information to inform their construction and operations plan. Thank you, Andy. Which allows the lessee to submit a construction and operations plan to BOEM for both technical and environmental review. And in addition to some other reports, both the facility design report, the fabrication and installation report, and it's important to note that BOEM has some decommissioning requirements as a part of these activities. Next slide. But moving back to Oregon, I think that OPAC is aware of the Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force, and this is a group that provides coordination with governmental bodies for input into BOEM's renewable energy leasing process. And the task force, although it began in 2011, the last two meetings have been relevant to offshore wind and offshore wind energy planning. In September of 2019, the group met to discuss a planning approach, and this resulted in BOEM and DLCD drafting a data gathering and engagement plan. I'll also note a month later, in October of 2019, we presented to OPAC and where we were in evaluating this planning approach. Subsequently, in March of 2020, OPAC sent a letter to Governor Brown with a few points. One, encouraging to engage with BOEM in the planning process. In June of 2020, we discussed this draft plan that was distributed to the task force members and also put on our website. And the result of that task force meeting was that BOEM and the state of Oregon committed to an offshore wind energy planning approach. This plan was finalized in October of 2020 and is available, and it details our planning effort and data gathering effort over the next year or so. Next slide. So I do want to take the opportunity to discuss this planning approach and how it feeds into our authorization process. So if you remember a few slides back, when I go into detail the 4 stages of BOEM's authorization process, this is another way to visualize the first 2 phases of planning and then also leasing. So on the far left, the BOEM state planning, light brown color is this data gathering and engagement process that I'm referring to now, that is detailed in that engagement plan, which is available on our website. And it's roughly a 1-year effort, and it's important to note that it's an informal effort with the state, and it's a broad planning effort to evaluate the best areas for offshore wind energy planning, or the areas with the least amount of conflict. Once BOEM has this information at hand, and to evaluate these areas, BOEM would formalize the call for information and nominations, which begins the formal process in our authorization, which allows for public comment for that area, and then goes through the leasing phase, which includes that area identification, and then the draft and final sale notice, and so on. There are opportunities for public engagement. So this BOEM state planning effort is an informal process, so we didn't include that public engagement icon, whereas there's a formal engagement opportunity throughout this process up to the lease auction. And as I mentioned earlier, that lease provides the lessee the right to submit a site assessment plan and then that construction and operations plan, and that a lease by itself does not authorize any activity within the leased area. Next slide. So where we are in this data gathering effort, Andy will in just a moment provide an overview of the Oregon Offshore Wind Mapping Tool, or ORWIN map, which is the primary tool for us to access relevant data and information and visualize it all in one place. The planning area is broad. It's both the state and federal waters, it's onshore, anything relating to pertinent data and information of a potential area for leasing, which is that grayed out area on the map on the left. So the potential area for leasing is in the federal waters offshore Oregon, and it's constrained by the technical parameters for offshore wind energy, which is the water depths of roughly 1,300 meters and an average wind speed of 7 meters per second. So at this time, I'd like to hand it over to Andy oh, thank you. My apology. We had a swap on who covers this slide. So before we go into the ORWIN map, I did want to let OPAC know where we are now in our data gathering and engagement timeline. So we sort of start this timeline from the most recent task force meeting with BOEM and the state of Oregon's commitment to offshore wind energy planning and finalizing the engagement plan. We've taken the last few months to organize ourselves, to develop material, fact sheets, one-pagers, update our website, and Oro Wind Map was launched last month in November. If there are organizations that are interested in hearing about BOEM, Oregon offshore wind planning efforts, we've been happy to present to those standing meetings. So we've presented to both Ocean and OCZMA, and have begun one-on-one meetings with local officials and state representatives. That brings us to December with today's meeting to OPAC, and then also beginning tribal engagement. Very pleased to announce that on January 28th of next month, there'll be an Oro Wind Map webinar. This will be an introductory webinar. While it focuses to data users and data providers, it's a publicly available webinar. BOEM issued a note to stakeholders yesterday, and this information is available on our website for the webinar next month. More broadly, as we continue through engagement through the winter and summer of next year, we plan to have public webinars, continue these presentations to standing meetings, and begin more one-on-one and small group meetings to let people know where we are in this planning process and to ask for the most relevant data and information that can inform BOEM in this process. We put together this engagement plan prior to COVID and had our task force meeting during the beginning of COVID, and have altered to that we would like to have in-person public meetings, and we'll certainly wait until it's safe to do so before we do meet in person. At the end of this process, we'll have a data gathering and engagement report. This will be available as a draft to the task force, allow for comment and review before finalizing, and look forward to the next BOEM Oregon task force meeting, currently slated for fall of 2021. Certainly understanding that this timeline is a little bit in flux due to COVID. At this time, I believe I'm passing it over to Andy to discuss Oro Wind Map. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Whitney. Let me just check in the chat. Gina asks a question about the report including key data gaps, and that I think will certainly be one of the things that we strive to identify during our data gathering and engagement process. So I have been given the task of helping the task force by producing a data catalog and a visualization tool that will be used by the task force and used in public meetings to help folks understand the information that the state and federal government has available to it to inform our process. First thing I want to mention is that it was important to us to use existing state infrastructure if at all possible. And so we want to recognize that there are a number of data catalogs and archives that already exist. The Territorial Sea Plan revisions we've done in the past have been one of the drivers of the creation of many of those archives and catalogs of information. In addition to hosting those data repositories on the Coastal Atlas, there are also a number of important terrestrial data sets that are provided through Oregon's spatial data framework, the Spatial Data Library. We present that information via our Oregon Ocean Information website, and we are continuing to make progress on data gathering and exploration through the Oregon Renewable Energy Siting Assessment Project, which the Oregon Explorer and folks out of the Institute for Natural Resources have been contracted to help build a tool to present marine renewable energy renewable energy opportunities throughout the state. So that does include all renewable energy types, onshore, terrestrial, wind, biomass. They are all part of that project, but offshore is a big component of it, and our data catalog is improving because of that work. I also want to recognize that there are a lot of federal data catalogs provided by our federal agencies, many of which I have connections to through data networking and participation across the West Coast through the West Coast Ocean Alliance and work with the West Coast Ocean Data Portal. I have listed a few of those resources. And so it was important to us to pull together not only the relevant statewide, but also national or regional data that's provided by those big efforts. As it was important not to reinvent the wheel and to leverage work that had already been completed, we recognized that the West Coast Ocean Data Portal had the capability of synthesizing and aggregating those information resources into a place that we could host and use for our purposes. And so I'm going to talk a little bit today about our catalog and the tool that resulted from that work. Both of these are now available. They are still in development, so we're not quite through with getting the catalogs to where we want them to be, but we are excited to share, and both of the URLs underneath the data catalog and mapping tool are active, so you can go and visit those places. And in addition, you can find those resources through the Regional Ocean Data Portal website, through the BOEM Oregon Task Force website, and through our Oregon Ocean Information website. As I mentioned, it's still under development. We've made a lot of changes recently, but one of the things that we kind of lost when we did a big system enhancement update was our curated catalogs. So that's really the part that's still under development, although that is expected to be completed within the month's time, so that when we present it in January, there will be some really nice ways to get into and explore the data catalog. I'm actually going to try and switch over to a live demo, so bear with me here. Are you guys now seeing the West Coast Ocean Data Portal homepage with its number of registered resources?
Yes.
Okay. So just first to talk about the catalog. This catalog is a curated list of data resources from a number of those sources across the West Coast. So if you, on the left side of our catalog, look at source of origin, you can see the number of records we are pulling from many different source providers across the region. And in addition to that, the catalog has the ability to refine your search methods and terms through a keyword search up at the top of the screen. When you select one of those items, it will clearly search the catalog for any metadata records that includes those terms. You can easily quickly clear. You can use a map function that has the ability to subset the information as well. So you can have anything that intersects or is completely within the map frame, in addition to some of the other facets that are used to look at the data and information. One of the important parts about the catalog is the ability to get you directly to the place where the data is coming from. I guess all of these are really the authoritative sources. So you can see that coast.noaa.gov is the provider of this instance of the vessel transit count data. And if you want to view what that data looks like, you can open up our catalog and get there through a number of ways, one of which is that we have pre-populated a set of map resources through different marine related data themes. But I'm going to go to the site fresh without loading anything in. There's a welcome screen like many other kind of map viewers of today, if you're familiar with Google, you have the ability to pan, zoom, control the map, change the base map to something that's more to your liking. We have organized the data into some of the broad categories of information. And those of you who want to take a trip in the Wayback Machine with me, Oregon Marine Map was organized very similarly to this resource, in that we have broad categories and then subcategories so that the information is curated within the system. We have some great resources to help you understand some of the basic physical information like bathymetry or the winds, so you can really begin to see a confluence of information that may be important to folks. So if I zoom in to the coast, you can then see now that there is a wind speed and direction field in addition to this depth contour. You have the ability within the data catalog to, and I'm going to actually load in another couple of data layers so that you can easily see this. We have records from essential fishery habitat processes. We have a number of the areas related to conservation or biology. So as you begin to turn on layers, the map becomes busier, and we have the ability to customize how these look through interaction in the active data tabs. So if we want to reorganize a layer in terms of its order, you can drag it from the top to the bottom. You can change the transparency present on any particular data layer, in addition to learning more about that layer through the information that's provided in the metadata, or you can go to a place where you can access and download the information yourself for use on your own system. So we feel it provides a really nice summary of the resources that we have been able to discover to date, and are really happy with its progress. I'm going to now switch back over into my presentation and fly through a few of these screens that I was going to use if my web connection failed. So the state and BOEM are close to kind of completion of the initial data catalog in the tool. We are inviting folks to participate with us in a data review working group. There will likely be 1 or 2 meetings of a group like this, depends upon the demand, where we will walk through what resources we know about and take questions and potentially identify data gaps for prioritization of new collection efforts, or if we can find data that exists to include them in the catalog in the tool. So please reach out and contact me if you are interested in participating in an effort like that. So we have some next steps and some opportunities for you to stay up to date. I have provided a number of resources in our meeting documents folder for the council, and you can continue to explore and look at what we have created to date through these web URLs that are provided. So at this point, I will stop and take any questions that folks may have.
Andy, this is Charlie. I have a quick question. Maybe this is just me. I should familiarize myself with the tool more, but for the non-consumptive recreation data layer, is that restricted to just the 2010 work for TSP Part 5?
Yes, that was the data records that we were able to identify. We would love to be able to identify some additional data sets, that can help us to understand that. I'd be interested in to identify key activities that would actually involve. And obviously, since we're talking about shore side as well as the potential lease areas way offshore, pretty much anything that would be along the intersecting with the potential use of the areas along the route or where it comes to shore would be relevant.
Yeah, and I think that maybe my thought was for that particular process, we didn't accumulate a large amount of data outside of the territorial sea. And particularly, I'm thinking about what's changed in the past 10 years with respect to the sailing community and the boating community potentially, and where they're navigating and where they're using. And as the non-consumptive rep on OPAC, I feel out of touch with that user group. So if there's a way that I can work with you guys in outreach to the boating association and paddlers that do a lot of offshore work, I'd be interested in trying to support data getting into the tool for that.
Yes, thank you, Charlie. Actually, one of the things Whitney and I were hoping to hear from OPAC members today are further opportunities for the state and BOEM to conduct presentations to, or to hear about opportunities where we can chat with folks who either are familiar and want to provide us with data, or who are unfamiliar at all with this process and just need a briefing and an introduction to where they can find more about it.
Andy, this is Whitney. Can I add on one piece there?
Please do.
So I just want to, Charlie, thank you so much for the comment. In the appendix in our data gathering and engagement plan, we listed all the organizations that we thought may be potentially interested stakeholder through this process. And if I could have the opportunity to reach out to you directly to make sure that we at least have the organizations that you think might be relevant, at least so that, if I send out a blast, that at a minimum, they would at least be receiving an email from me. But to echo Andy, we would love the opportunity to meet with groups that may be interested.
Thanks. And I may not be the best gatekeeper on that for those groups, but I think, in some outreach with the Marine Board and other groups, we can probably nail down where the best information would come from, or if it even exists.
Hey, Andy, you have some comments under the chat.
Yes, I see. Let's see. There was a question, where are the visual resources data located in the tool? And I would really highlight, when you're searching for data in the tool, that the keyword function is very valuable there. So if you type visual into the site, it will provide all 4 of the data layers that we generated as a part of the Territorial Sea Plan Amendment process that covers those resources. Laurel's mentioned that state parks are not on there, and we will get that fixed. I know some of them are automatically included, Laurel, in the base maps that are available through the kind of standard base map options. So you can certainly find them there, but I will certainly work to provide a data record in the catalog so that folks can get those. And yes, they may not be accurate, so I will certainly work with you to make sure we have the right version. And Lauren Goddard has a comment that he would certainly like to see the Pacific Marine Energy Center site engaging, or lessors encouraged to utilize that site. I think the difference there, Lauren, would be that that site is designed for marine hydrokinetic energy. So really the devices that are in the water capturing energy from the motion of the water, rather than the offshore wind. And a comment from one of the public participants, Peter, when will we update data from AIS for fishing or fishing tracks? Fishing has been, one of the areas that Whitney and I have heard a lot about in terms of a data need. I've worked directly with the folks from NOAA who work in their fisheries research and monitoring crew, and we have data layers in the portal that use AIS to track density and use for some of the fishing industries. So I would encourage you to explore all of those data layers. They're available for some years, and I know that our federal government partners are working hard to make the most recent years of that information available. We also have, as a task force, recognized the desire to have a fishing industry representative participate. And because of the Federal Advisory Committee rules, the Pacific Fisheries Management Council themselves are not eligible for participation. And so we have had discussions with Karin Braby from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife about being a conduit for information from the Fisheries Management Councils into the task force. And it looks like Peter's got some more clarifications and questions. I would love to follow up with you afterwards in regards to specific data queries.
Andy, let me just add, I'm on the working group for that, and I've also reached out to Susan Chambers. I've talked with her, and I've reached out with Lori Steele, also from the processors, and I've been getting comments for them also. And I, suggest that they get a hold of some of the people that they know that are on the task force and submit comments through them also.
Karin, you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, thank you for the update. And it's part of comment and then a question that I did step away. Hopefully it wasn't answered already. But the comment is to your point, Andy, that I am both a council member for PFMC and an OPAC member and a member of the BOEM Offshore Wind Task Force. And so I have a lot of roles and a lot of opportunities to connect the dots and to funnel information from one venue to another. And for the PFMC piece of this, one of the things that that BOEM and PFMC has agreed to do is to meet every meeting prior to the PFMC meetings starting, just to connect with each other and provide updates and determine what should be covered by the council during that meeting. And in this last November process, there was an agreed upon need to have some formal presentation and engagement with the council advisory bodies, both on the management side, which tends to be mostly staff of various institutions, and on the advisory committee side, which tends to be stakeholders of a variety of backgrounds. And so my understanding at the end of November was that there was going to be a scheduling of a webinar prior to the March meeting coming up. And so Whitney just shared with us that there is a webinar on Wind on January 28th. And my question is whether that is in service just to the Oregon BOEM Task Force, or is that also part of that agreed need to inform the council as well and feed into public discussion and engagement at the March meeting that would be provided back to BOEM?
Yeah, thank you, Karin, for that question. Our intent during that public webinar is to highlight the use of our data catalog and the different functionality in the tool. We would like to promote interaction with questions about its use, limitations, how additional data may be added into the catalog. And I don't think that there would be enough room in the agenda for giving that conversation in regards to fisheries and a fisheries update its due. And so I would like to organize a different time when we convene ahead of the council meeting, if that's possible. And Whitney, I would ask if you have any additional comments to add in that regard.
And to be clear, Andy, the intent, I think, of the council and BOEM in planning for this webinar was not to go through something like a fisheries mapping exercise, but rather to introduce the process so far, and including the data portal as something that has some existing data sets, but that could potentially be the receptacle of future fisheries mapping products, for example. So giving an idea of what those opportunities could look like and what the existing tool, the ORWIN tool, looks like, but not getting into a mapping exercise per se. So that is my understanding of the intent for the March council meeting.
This is Whitney. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to reply earlier, Andy. I am in agreement with what you said, and the agenda for the ORWIN map webinar is really to be introductory and would welcome any participation from anyone who is interested, including members of the PMFZ. But I do think or agree with Andy that another meeting that could be more focused on fish and fisheries would be better suited to that audience.
But I think, when I hear Karin, the general desire, I think there is some overlap there. So there may be benefits to them participating in the January 28th webinar to come up to speed on some of what we've put together, and then following through on that, have a more detailed discussion afterwards, after some of those things have been explained.
Yeah, thank you. And I see that Nessie's on the call also as an attendee, and so I'll touch base with her and council staff after this, and maybe we can pass on notice through the OPAC listserv about an additional opportunity that may happen a little bit later, maybe February. So thanks.
Great, thank you. Walter, looks like you have a question.
Yeah, so Whitney, I just had one quick question. Is there a reason why your 1,300 meters is where you're looking at? Is there a reason why you can't go any shallower? That's all.
We can certainly go shallower. We were trying to be as broad as possible and looking at the technical limits of offshore wind energy development, and our colleagues at the National Renewable Energy Lab had suggested that a water depth of 1,300 meters is the extent for the mooring capabilities for floating offshore wind technology. So shallower would be acceptable, but it's a rough rule of thumb, and it's not a hard line necessarily, but we understand that that's the limit of offshore wind energy development for floating offshore wind.
All right, thanks.
Susan, I just want to confirm that your question was answered through discussion already.
Yep, I'm all good. Thank you.
Great. Well, are there any other questions?
Andy, I just want to confirm, and maybe this was to Karen's comment, that the Aura Wind Map webinar in January, that the intent for that is for interested members of the public are certainly welcome, but for key data users and providers to make sure that the best available information is in that tool, and that the members of the task force are welcome to attend, but its focus is broader than just the task force.
Right, and the intent is to be a little bit more informal about the engagement than what we would be allowed in a BOEM task force meeting. And so there's the ability to have, after our presentation, interactive dialogue about the capacity within the tool and the information that has been gathered. Okay, well, thank you all. Walter, do you want me to move us on to the next item?
Yeah, go ahead. Or we've got Shannon Souza from Motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to promote her and then allow her to speak. And,
Andy, you have the grayed out. There you go.
Yep. Okay. Shannon, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I can see a couple of grayed areas over the slide. I don't know if that's just me.
Yep.
I'm down here in Fort Orford, so really at the extent of the rural broadband.
Yeah, that's the Zoom interface. I'll move them off of where we were, and you just let me know when you want to advance the slides.
Fantastic. Thank you all for your time. I'll try and move through here quickly. It looks like we're a little bit behind. My name is Shannon Souza. I'm the executive director for a relatively new organization called OCEAN, Oregon Coast Energy Alliance Network. Next slide, please. We formed, remember Whitney was talking about that meeting back in September of 2019. One of the members of the Coast citizenry down here was up at that meeting and came back down to the South Coast and said, wow, we really need to start talking about this, let the public know what's going on with BOEM's process and the state task force. And we really wanted to initiate a local, very coastal centric conversation about if and how offshore wind might work for us. Next, please. This is a little part of our mission statement. We are a cross-cultural, community-based organization. We have an initial mission to explore the opportunities and challenges of floating offshore wind energy. And we've been advocating for clean coastal energy security in all of our state and regional energy planning activities. In a nutshell, we really believe that our coastal interests should be front and center in shaping what offshore wind projects look like. Next, please. We have a very diverse board of directors. We've been targeting full representation of coastal interests and continue to grow and thrive in that, and hopefully thrive in that matter. Something unique about us, a lot of our precipitation occurred around the Coos Bay area, where there's been quite a bit of controversy over the LNG project, and represented on our board of directors are individuals and organizations that were absolutely diametrically opposed to that project, but are working together to really investigate and at this point advocate for floating offshore wind. We have climate action, tribes, maritime commerce, resilience, manufacturing, sustainable development. Next. Electeds, conservation, economic, workforce, supply chain development, labor, and public investment interests currently represented. Next, please. So here's a bit of the context and the opportunities and barriers as we see them a year into our inquiry. Next. Oregon is an energy importer. Those dots that you see on this map are where the electricity is generated. Oregon relies on imported energy, almost half of which is still dirty at this point. Next. Specific to the Oregon coast, these smaller dots that you see here, that's where we've been generating our electricity in Oregon. And those are not river lines, although our transmission lines out to the coast do tend to follow them. Those are transmission lines. And you can see that in the case of Oregon, all of our communities on the coast are completely reliant on imported energy to meet our most basic needs. We've got constrained transmission lines trying to bring that energy to us, and they go through catastrophe-prone routes. Next. As all of you out on the coast know, we are susceptible to every natural disaster except for locusts and volcanoes, perhaps. We're certainly being hit first and hardest by climate change. And we're looking at being without electricity in the case of a 9.0 seismic event for at least 3 to 6 months. And that's if the I-5 corridor is relatively untouched. Next. So we see this opportunity to learn about what's going on with the BOEM process, and down to the south, California is a little bit ahead of us, a year or two ahead of us in the process. In fact, they've established their call areas, and there's a lot of work going on down there. However, the call areas that they have established are not without their conflicts. In the Northern California area, where we see that they have the better wind resource, just as we do down here in Southern Oregon, they have some serious limitations to the transmission system to get those electrons down to all of those that need them in the Bay Area. And then the call area that's closer to where all of their population and loads are have some real conflicts with Department of Defense and Marine Sanctuary, and of course, commercial fisheries that we will also see up here to the north. Next. When we started looking at this last year, we thought that floating offshore wind for Oregon would specifically need to be transmitted down to those same load areas in California. Now, with some of the fantastic work that BOEM has been funding in various sectors looking at this opportunity for Oregon, we have learned from Pacific Northwest National Laboratories that Oregon's existing grid can accommodate 3 gigawatts of floating wind electricity. This would allow for coastal energy security. It would also allow for more renewable energy generation built in Oregon from the east, because it would reduce those power flows into Oregon. Next. In the future, if we are successful in integrating and proactively looking at our transmission planning, both in Oregon and in the entire Western grid, this would also allow Oregon to become a clean energy exporter. Remember, we're now an importer, sending our dollars out of the state. This could really pitch us up for a different role to play in a clean Western grid. Next. Emerging energy markets. There are voluntary carbon markets. We're seeing up to 900, almost a gigawatt power purchase agreements happening from private entities. Those are the Googles of the world, if you will, that say voluntarily we want to purchase this clean emerging technology, and that's what they're doing all over the world. So the markets are changing and responding very quickly. Next. And finally, if we start thinking about floating hydrogen during periods of time when floating offshore wind or other large renewable generation capacity is producing more electrons than we need to consume here in Oregon, that energy can, and in other places in the world, is being used to generate green hydrogen. That holds the potential for us to substantially decarbonize both the terrestrial transportation sector in all of those vehicles that are now burning diesel, as well as the Pacific Rim maritime sector. Next. This is a little bit of a slide. Andy mentioned the great work that Department of Defense is funding through our Department of Energy. And what they're doing in terms of Oregon's renewable energy situation, they're looking at our existing 50% renewable portfolio standard and asking the question, what are some different scenarios that we can analyze that would entail Oregon generating its own clean electricity? Floating offshore wind focus is one of 4 scenarios that they are going to be modeling over the course of the next 12 to 18 months. And what I've done here is just put that little 3 gigawatt placeholder in there. When we look to the future out to 2030, we see that we're going to be looking at shortfalls within our state of 2 to 12 gigawatts that need to be produced. Next. Further opportunities, we have some ports that are underutilized, and we also have this shifting economic target. We have climates, ocean acidification. I'm talking to you from Curry County right now, which boasts some of the highest poverty and suicide rates in the nation. There's definitely a need for looking for clean, green opportunities if we can integrate with other ocean users for some substantial economic development, using again that just kind of a scenario, proxy scenario of a 3 gigawatt build out that would, looking at what's going on the eastern seaboard, result in $9 to $21 billion into Oregon's economy. And that's just during the port infrastructure investment and construction phases. Next. So you can see that we found a lot of opportunities. No stranger to anyone on this call, I'm sure, are the potential barriers. There are other users of the ocean, and we need to get ahead of the game and make sure that we're integrating their interests and their uses into any planning and design. And then if we are to look at the long term, and there is some high voltage deep sea transmission to the California market, that will take a lot of time, planning, and resources. Next. So traditional project involvement model, and this is consistent with BOEM's model. You see, you did hear that the full environmental assessment happens after the leases have been issued. There's a lot of millions of dollars will have been invested at that time. Blueprints will have been drawn up. And so you've got a project that has a lot more formation and isn't quite as pliable by the time we've got that real intensive stakeholder engagement. Next. We see that this is reflected in the views of the fishing communities that have been touched and engaged by this in Europe and in the Eastern Seaboard. Next. For this purpose, Ocean is trying to flip the script here, not to disrupt any of the wonderful work that BOEM and our state task force are doing, but to complement that by shoving as much of that in deep engagement and meaningful stakeholder engagement up to the front of the project, which is happening right now while designs are coming together. And we're trying to figure out where this will go, what it will look like, and how our ports will fit into that design. Next. So some of our public engagement focus actions. Next. We are implementing this model of front-end stakeholder engagement to shape the projects and the policy. We're trying to expedite and influence this inquiry and maximize those benefits, both societal, environmental, and economic to our coastal communities. Next, please. We've been very busy networking. We have monthly webinar updates. Currently, we're over 170 members. I won't read through the laundry list of the types of folks that are chiming in. We have focus groups that we are appointing with coastal representatives in the sectors that make the most sense. We've identified where those focus groups are, and they're meeting weekly and sometimes bi-weekly. And we've been working on cultivating strategic partnerships and collaborations with other nonprofits. Those include the Responsible Offshore Science Alliance, ROSA. ROSA is a kind of a subset of RODA. This has a lot of Eastern Coast fisheries management and direction. We're very excited that they will be featured at one of our webinars in the first quarter of this upcoming year. We heavily advocate for tribal leadership. We would like to see more tribal engagement on OPAC, in fact, and in all of our energy proceedings have been leveraging our relationships and encouraging direct engagement from affiliated tribes of the Northwest Indians. And then, of course, we've got the usual suspects of clean energy advocacy groups that we are working with. Next. Here's just our splash page. We try to get information out to anyone that's interested in tracking what's going on out here. That's actually a stakeholder engagement. That's part of that ORESA project, the renewable energy siting. DLCD, well, actually the contractor on that, I believe they've got a series of webinars scheduled for January, and there is one for the coastal zone that's scheduled for the middle of January, and you can find that link on their website as well as ours. Next. So some immediate opportunities that we've got our eyes on. As I said, we really do want to support meaningful fisheries, tribal, and environmental engagement to shape this now as soon as possible. An example of that is in the design work that's necessary, coupling with Oregon State University, their national leaders in renewable energy design. We very much are advocating to find the resources so that we can get active fishers that are much more familiar with the resource, the conditions, and potential conflicts with their uses into this design process, as well as the location, the port planning, and resource management. We'd like to establish a state target of 3 gigawatts by 2030. What this would do is it would trigger all of the agencies and organizations that are tasked with planning to get going on that planning now. It would also open up federal and private resources to make those investments now, as well as supporting the engagement of those that aren't able to engage at this point due to lack of time and money. And finally, we definitely support Oregon moving forward in its regional transmission planning and participating with other states on the West Coast. Next. And that's all we have for you. I thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions if you have them. And of course, you can always follow up with me. Andy has my contact information.
Great, thank you, Shannon. Are there any questions?
I think Charlie had a question there in the chat, Andy.
Yes. I'll just go ahead and read it out loud. Do we see future energy transmission and more to the point networking happening across the seafloor and within the territorial sea, or strictly terrestrial as our current energy network is in parens beyond potential generation?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Charlie, perhaps.
I think that, I was noting that I was looking kind of at your slide about how energy comes to the coast and how we're limited in pretty hazard prone areas beyond lines generating new electricity from hydrokinetic. If there are additional electrons, and you were talking about exporting from the system or integrating the coast, I guess my question is, do we see energy networking? And you might not know the answer to this question. It's kind of a theoretical question given OPAC's in charge of the territorial sea. Do we see more uses of the seafloor for energy transmission and networking beyond just where we have potential offshore wind? Does that make sense?
I think so, and I don't really have the answer to that question, honestly. That's some of the work that BOEM has been funding, both with Pacific National Labs as well as NREL, to look more at some of these planning scenarios. And you're getting at a really, really good point there, Charlie. And that's something that we heard from particularly the fishers in Europe that have been touched by this, is the need to really step back up. We're talking about this, okay, 3 gigawatts, that's something we could do because our terrestrial transmission system can accommodate it. And we can certainly, as Oregonians, use it. However, let's take a big look out to 30, 40 years, 50 years in the future. What might it look like? And how can we best accommodate what those emerging technologies would be? With respect to the available resource, however, it seems very likely, given the resources that we have in the deep waters that floating offshore wind can go, we would potentially be in a situation to be exporting tens of gigawatts to a Western market. just by virtue of this single technology. So it's hard to envision a future where there would need to be additional types of resources to complement that, with the exception of the green hydrogen that I mentioned. But that's now we're talking about a whole different kind of fuel. So.
Okay, thanks. I think we just launched a working group for submarine cables, and I'm thinking if you want to run north or south up and down the West Coast, you got to cross every single one of those cables. And I was just kind of wondering, like, how do we plan, and how does OPAC respond to uses of the seafloor? And then also in some cases conflicts where, you know, maybe crossing a fiber optic line might not be good, or might cause problems. So I think that's kind of what I'm trying to think about, just that big picture for OPAC and our planning.
Yep, that makes sense. Thanks, Charlie.
Okay, thanks. Looks like Richard next. You want to read it, or you want to read it, or you want to have Richard ask?
I'll just go ahead and read it. He says he doesn't see ports as active partners in the planning effort. So will they be included? And then he says ports will be foundational in this process. In terms of BOEM and the state's process, we have selected some individuals from Oregon to represent ports. Actually, Walter Chuck is one of those. But I'll go ahead and flip the question over to you, Shannon. Is there anybody from the port or ports associations participating?
We don't have anyone from the Ports Association. I do have standing meetings with John Burns, who's our executive director down here with the International Port of Coos Bay. And really our focus has been around making sure that we can get the International Port of Coos Bay is uniquely poised to be kind of a hub or a marshaling port for this. So we have expressed deep interest in better understanding what would that look like, what would it feel like, what would that entail to our Port of Coos Bay. And at that request of BOEM, are very, very grateful that they have secured funding for port infrastructure analysis here in Coos Bay. We also were approached, Ocean was approached by National Renewable Energy Laboratories, who has put together a scope of work and is hoping to secure funding under the new for an integrated port assessment of the entire West Coast. And how might we look at the individual attributes of the ports and also the socioeconomics of the ports that could or might be touched by this, to see how we can strategize for the best benefits and to minimize the negative impacts.
Thanks. Walter, looks like you have a question.
Yeah, I was just to expand on Richard, and yeah, I would suggest reaching out to the Oregon Public Ports Association. They have contact with all the ports up and down the coast. And just for your information, there's only 2 deep draft ports on the coast. That's Newport and Coos Bay. I know some of the smaller ports would like to participate, but as far as moving any heavy stuff out of there, I think those would be your only 2 options. And my last would be just, there are existing fishermen's groups, Source, Fine, Fact up there in Tillamook, and reach out to them. They advise the counties that they're in as far as renewable energy siting. That's it. Thanks, Shannon.
Fantastic. Thank you.
And then there was a question from Susan Chambers about, could you be specific about your alliance with ROSA, and why not ROTA? And I think those acronyms stand for Responsible Offshore Science Alliance and Responsible Offshore Development Alliance, respectively.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we have not formalized our relationship with them. We just got our 501c3 application in, I think in September. So we're 501c3 pending. So what we've been doing is talking to ROTA about getting to know each other's organizations. ROTA is starting to organize out here on the West Coast. And where we're really focusing our efforts is getting ahead of the game, specifically in the environmental review process. Again, under the BOEM process, That's not going to happen until the leases are already issued. We know that some of the studies necessary for that, and that the full-fledged environmental review will be happening down in California to the south ahead of us. We're advocating to get going on that right now here in Oregon. Rhoda recommended and requested of us that we advocate for NOAA to take a leadership role in anything that goes on here in Oregon, which we absolutely are advocating for. And in terms of communicating with those of us out here on the West Coast, what the body of knowledge is that we have, learning from those East Coast fishers and the natural resource investigations that have already ensued out there. ROSA is actually the sub-entity of RODA that's really well poised to do that. So that's why we've asked them to kind of take the helm on one of our webinars and let us know what they see as our opportunities, what should we be doing, and what other sensitivities might we not have identified already.
All right. Thanks for that. And thanks for participating, Shannon. Are there any more questions for Shannon? Okay, seeing none. Next one up, we have Shelby. You want to give a quick update if you can?
Sure, I'll be exceedingly brief.
Thanks.
I know this body has heard periodic updates from the Science and Technical Advisory Committee with respect to its efforts on the Marine Reserves assessment. Update. In light of the lack of state support for the assessment, which is required by Senate Bill 1510 with a final report due in March 2023, which means activity is starting next year, the Oregon Ocean Science Trust has picked up the effort and has been in conversations with potential sponsors using the mechanism they have in place with Oregon Community Foundation. Conversations to date indicate that the funds that are being made available by the potential sponsors are slightly less than what is required, but these conversations are still ongoing. STAC is projected to have a meeting towards the end of January to discuss where we stand in terms of the assessment and the available funds, and deliberate on whether or not there need to be any modifications to the RFP that has been produced and is anticipated to be released for solicitation for the chosen university in spring of next year. And that's it.
Thank you, Shelby. Any questions for Shelby? Any comments? Okay, if there aren't, we had a break scheduled. I think we do need to take a quick break for 5 minutes. But what I would suggest, if everybody would please go to the meeting packet and look over the state policy and legislative updates and the national legislative updates. And if you have any questions, please have those prepared so we can kind of get through that topic as quick as possible. See everybody at 12:37. How's that? 12:40. Thanks.
Hey, Walter, did you get my text?
Sorry, I got 3 screens going here.
Yeah, understood.
On my phone or through the Google?
Both.
Yeah, I got it. So, okay. All right. We're just about ready to start again. Is Jason queued up?
I am here,
Okay.
Chair. If queued up means ready to speak to Governor's Office updates, I can do that. I don't have a presentation.
Okay. Let me welcome everybody back, and then I'll hand it over to you, Jason. We have a request from Jason, from the Governor's Office, for Jason to go. We will have the fisheries management scenario and OAH, and then go back to the policy updates. But Jason, go ahead. Good to see you.
Great to see you. Yeah, I just, as I think folks know, but I'll reiterate, the governor's priorities remain combating climate change, advancing environmental justice, addressing the fire catastrophes and fire posture of the state, and developing a 100-year vision for better water management infrastructure, both natural and built, for the future. I frame that up as large scale. I think in terms of updates, on December 1st, the governor's recommended budget was released. I wanted to go through several items that I think will be of interest to OPAC off of that budget. There's a phenomenal amount of information in both the short book and the long book of versions of the budget. You can track that down at your leisure or at your interest. But I did want to highlight and am aware that it's a subject of much conversation. The governor's recommended budget does sunset Department of Geology and Mineral Industries as an independent agency and transfers those responsibilities to other agencies. And I put that up front because I know it's been a subject of conversation. There are, strong elements in the governor's budget that I think affect the work of OPAC and coastal communities. Among them, within the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the budget creates a habitat division with a director and a deputy director, anticipated to be staffed out by transferring those positions and those responsibilities and programs for habitat protection that currently reside in the fish division or the wildlife division into a freestanding division of habitat division, with the intent to give it equal prominence within the work of ODFW. The governor's budget also creates an Office of Environmental Justice in DEQ with 4 positions. In the initial years, it's anticipated this will be data collection and data analysis as to disparate impacts on communities by natural resource decisions. 3 more items I wanted to highlight. There's a small investment in the Water Resource Department to work on equitable access to water and indigenous rights and communities, and really explore in a new and different way the balancing of hydropower and species restoration throughout in tribal communities and prioritization of that work throughout the state. 2 other things I wanted to highlight. We're moving forward on the forestry MOU process. This is an agreement that was hammered out by 12 forest industry organizations and 12 environmental organizations with 3 main pillars. The first was to extend the riparian forest rules that are currently adopted for the bulk of the state to the Rogue Siskiyou province. The second was new notification guidelines for aerial application of pesticides. Both of those passed in the June special session of the legislature. And the third element is longer term. It too was referenced in the special session legislation. The third element is the governor is to help, and the parties have now chosen a facilitator to work to a consent agreement between these entities for updates to the Oregon Forest Practices Act that will try and attain the standard by January of 2023 that the Forest Practices Act, which applies to private land and state land, commercial forest operations, shall meet the criteria or meet standards for a habitat conservation plan under the Federal Endangered Species Act and the Federal Clean Water Act. Really, that standard is a standard derived by the parties. I am doing my best in an MOU. I am doing my best to articulate it here. This is one of the very few examples where I am speaking for those parties. I make a strong effort not to speak for them at all, because they are meeting together under a chosen facilitator. That facilitator is Peter Curler Jr., and that process is several weeks in and is anticipated to last a couple of years. Lastly, the governor had an omnibus fire bill to fund landscape resilience, fund fire fighting capacity, including aircraft, and community readiness in the 2020 regular session that ultimately didn't pass, but is continuing to pursue budget investments in the special session scheduled to happen on Monday for new investments in boots on the ground with ODF and Oregon State Fire Marshal, and capacity to lease adequate air resources for the anticipated 2021 fire season. Those are items that I thought jumped out to me as items to highlight. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions for Jason?
There was a question in the chat field, which I actually can't quite access now.
Yeah, it's from Charlie, who asks, where are Degami's coastal hazards and resilience staff key to ocean management going? Are they retained in the budget?
Yeah, so the responsibilities, again, the governor's budget is a guidance document about ultimately the legislature adopts the budget. But it is true that about 95% of the recommendations in GRB end up being adopted. Under the budget, the regulatory aspects of Degami move into DEQ, and the non-regulatory aspects move into DLCD and several other agencies. So currently it's anticipated that that would move into DLCD, and I'll probably need to check my facts on that. I wasn't actually the lead. One of my colleagues in the GNRO has been more lead on that, but that's my understanding. So retained, yes. Where exactly they go, in general, DEQ and DLCD are the two homes for programs.
Thanks, Jason. I've kind of gotten some mixed messages about what scientific staff and what overhead staff is going to be retained. And I think for our purposes, really, I'm really curious and concerned about the coastal hazards, and particularly staff and the scientists here on the coast that really are critical to the work that we do up and down the coast and the ocean management decisions that we make. So I'll just say that for my constituency, that is certainly something that we hope is retained within the budget recommendations. We have kind of gotten mixed messages about what is and isn't there. So I'm not sure what scientific staff is still retained.
Thanks, Charlie. And I think the reflection in the budget is not a reflection of the quality and importance of the work that Degami conducts. I think it's a reflection of a desire to see agency efficiency and challenges in operating small agencies, and a suggestion of an approach that in a larger agency, how could these functions be more successful?
Thanks, Jason. Are there more questions for Jason? Seeing none. Thank you for your time, Jason. We appreciate you stepping in and providing all that information from the governor's office. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, we'll go to the next agenda item. Karin and Richard, fisheries management scenario planning updates.
Yeah, thanks, Walter. Given the time, I would be very brief in updates. And the big picture is that there are actually two different scenario planning processes ongoing right now. One is related to PFMC and what's called the Climate and Communities Initiative. Richard is involved through the council family, the PFMC family, in that process, as others are on this call. And of note is that we are holding community workshops December through February, this December through February of 2021. The Oregon workshop is February 2nd and 3rd, and I encourage folks who are interested in representing Oregon coastal communities in a discussion on climate potential impacts to fisheries and coastal communities to contact me to be part of that coastal workshop. And really the focus of that process is on envisioning what the future could look like, and then thinking through whether that potential future situation presents challenges to our current lifestyle and expectations of our relationship with the ocean. And if so, how do we, what are the opportunities to achieve a future that we want to have? And so it's a little bit high level thinking, but really it's an exploration of how to make a better, how to envision a better future for the coast. Similarly, there's a second initiative ongoing focused on the Dungeness crab fishery on the south coast of Oregon. And it's also a scenario planning process. And for both of these initiatives, I just wanted to acknowledge Gway Kirchner and the Nature Conservancy for leadership on bringing those discussions to life, both in terms of organization and funding to help with those workshops and so on. And I think they're discussions that will be fruitful for thinking about what we can and should be doing to make sure we've got resilient fisheries, resilient communities, as much as we can achieve in the coming couple of decades. So I'll pass that on to Richard if he wants to add anything. Oh, thank you.
That covers the scenario planning. I was just providing an update on southern resident killer whales, mainly because they're in the news a lot. And my only update is that the council has selected a preferred alternative for the management of killer whales, or specifically the management of their food resource, which is Chinook salmon. It essentially sets a threshold for ocean abundance forecast north of Cape Falcon at 966,000 adult salmon. If that threshold is reached or it goes below that, then there are specific actions slated that will affect fisheries from Cape Flattery to Monterey to reduce directed fishing impacts on Chinook salmon to provide more forage for whales. If you want to see the details of that, you can find that on the council website at pcouncil.org. Reference the November meeting and the decision document, and that is all spelled out there. I also sent that to Amanda, so she may have that and be able to post that. So that's my update.
Thank you, Richard and Karin. Any questions for Karin or Richard? Okay, seeing none. Sorry, was that someone chiming in?
I didn't see a chat or a raised hand, so.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Karen, you want to go on OAH?
Yep, again, real quickly, the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Council has been operating since 2018 to understand Oregon's impacts from those changing ocean conditions and suggest adaptation and mitigation measures that Oregon can take in order to address negative impacts. And this year, 2020, in September, we submitted for the council the second biennial report to the legislature that was filed in September. It is one of the required functions of that council. It's posted on the same website that the OPAC website is part of. It's oreganocean.info. And so if you would like to see the report and updates from the council, it's available, and I encourage you to do so. And we have lots of things ongoing with OAH Council that I won't get into for 2021, but encourage anyone interested to be part of that process and join our meetings, which are also public. And I'll hold there.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions, comments?
I just posted the link to the document in the chat so panelists and attendees can access that if they need.
Thanks, Andy.
And thanks, Karen. Any raised hands, Andy?
Not seeing any.
All right. Thank you both for being brief but very informative. State policy and legislative updates. I hope everybody read those during the break. We do have an action item, so I'd like to put that up first. This is a request from Commissioner Yamamoto, and it kind of goes to what Charlie asked just a few minutes ago regarding Dogami.
So, Walter.
Yeah.
Did you want me to discuss
Yeah,
this?
Andy, can you put the letter up also so people can look at it so we can? There you go.
Yes. Is it there now?
Yeah.
Yes. So just for everyone, on Wednesday, before the Board of Commissioners, Tillamook County Board of Commissioners, we signed a letter of support for Dogami, the Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, because resilience efforts in Tillamook County and all up and down the coast are extremely important. Dogami, really, I mean, they are active throughout the state, but the coastal counties in particular really rely on Dogami and their efforts. With all the detailed tsunami inundation maps that they provide, the very detailed LIDAR mapping for coastal communities, their beat the wave maps are just really important given the predicted failure of bridges and roads in coastal areas in case the Cascadia style event happens. The LIDAR landslide mapping, again, is extremely important. What they do really for coastal communities is really essential. And there is a movement now to defund Dogami. I appreciate very much Jason chiming in and telling us that some of these people may be moved to different agencies, but Dogami as a whole really makes a lot of sense to us. And we have legislators come to Tillamook County and ask us for this letter of support. So that's what we did. So I just, and this was very last minute, and I apologize for that. But if we could also write a letter of support, which is in front of you today, asking for continued financing of Dogami from the legislature, I think that would be extremely important.
All right. Thank you, David. So are there any members that wish to have any questions, suggestions on the letter? And then if not, I will be asking for approval to sign, for Gene and myself to sign it.
Oh, I just hit that.
Can you put the letter on the screen?
Is it there now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'll try and blow it up here.
It looks like Tara has a question.
Tara?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me all right? It's like my,
Loud and clear.
okay, thanks. For a second there, it looked like my sound wasn't working. Apologize. Well, I just had a question on this. Being newer to OPAC, have we weighed in on the budget previously, and to what extent are there other budget concerns that OPAC might want to address in a letter to the legislature? So just wanting, this is a very specific request, but wanting to know if we would want to expand this to other OPAC priorities. So I guess just given the short timeline, we just received this yesterday, I'm just looking for a little more clarification and context into the larger question about budget concerns that OPAC might have. And to be clear, not that I'm opposed to supporting funding for Dogami, but I wanted to sort of ask that if we're going to write a letter, should it be broader? Is there other things that we would want to consider saying?
Andy, you want to answer that?
Sure. So we have written letters of support for different legislative or policy initiatives. I believe it's tough for the ex officio members, so the agency members on our council, to commit to writing a letter of support to this, since we by default support the governor's budget. I don't remember circumstances in the past where we have provided comment generally on the governor's budget from a broad, comprehensive perspective.
Yeah, Andy, I was just trying to rack my brain. I think that we have commented a number of times on funding proposals at the federal level.
Yes.
Like around, especially when there are proposals to like eliminate funding to Sea Grant, for example. But I can't remember in the last 8 or so years of us commenting on the governor's budget, but maybe others do.
Gina, that's my recollection as well. This is Patty, that OPAC has commented a couple of times on proposed federal funding, like you say, for coastal zone management and Sea Grant, but do not remember directly commenting on the governor's budget.
So I don't recall. I recalled doing Sea Grant with NOAA. Steve, can you weigh in here and see if this is within our purview, or if it's appropriate?
I was, this is where you're hampered working in your wood shop at home instead of in the office, because I don't have any prior records at hand. But I don't recall. I do recall the instances where we did comment on federal budget items, but not necessarily the state budget item. OPAC is statutorily authorized to provide advice to the governor, but not necessarily the legislature. So it wouldn't be surprising to me that we wouldn't have commented on legislative budget issues previously. But this being to the governor, perhaps you could. I think new member Brock raises an interesting question: is like, how broadly should you be commenting? Are there other aspects of the budget that you would be interested in commenting on? Or if you're just going to comment on this particular aspect, you may want to make some type of notation in the letter that says, you're not commenting on the budget in its entirety.
Steve, I appreciate that very much. And the only reason I thought of bringing this to OPAC was because it does affect all coastal counties. And that should be important to OPAC.
So one more question for you, Steve. As it's written, does that look good to you, or should anything be changed?
Steve, are you still there? Hopefully we just didn't lose connectivity.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm trying to read and respond on the fly here.
So there are suggestions from Charlie about editing the last sentence to include climate change, acute and chronic hazards, etc. I think that we as ex officio members may need to be removed from the letterhead. Steve, is that would that be a requirement, or is that?
I think you would just say the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. I would add advisory. The voting, you could just say in the letter, the voting members of the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. And that would help make that distinction, perhaps give more comfort to the ex officio members.
Would that be
sorry, Patty, I think one of the hard parts for me, this is Gina, is just not understanding the impact. Like Charlie said, that there's been really conflicting information about whether some of the scientists are going to be laid off, what those impacts would be, or if everyone is truly being retained. Like each conversation you're in, we kind of get a different answer. So I guess I don't understand. I mean, I understand the concept of dissolving the agency, but I don't understand the impact.
I'm happy to commit to getting solid information back to this group that's a definitive answer. But I don't mean to intervene in the conversation about the letter. So I guess I can, as an ex officio member, I can proffer to get something in writing specifically about the proposal, acknowledging that folks have weighed in that information is conflicting. I will say the budget in general can be a fairly generalized document. So there are information gaps, but they aren't big. So if it helps this process, I'm happy to get OPAC. I'll commit to getting a response letter to OPAC about the proposal. Again, I don't mean to weigh in during the conversation about a letter. I think they're independent conversations.
Chris, this is Patty. Chris Swall had raised a question. As she works for a federal agency, she couldn't have her name associated with it. Would that be adequate, Chris, if the letter said the voting members, or would you actually need your name taken off the letterhead?
I don't know, but I would hope the voting member language would take care of it. I can check into that and try and get back to the group, but it won't be today. But
thank you.
All right, Andy, to move this along, I lost my connection for a few seconds there. So if we took off what was the consensus, or was there any?
There was not consensus that ex officio members would need to be taken off if in the text we specified voting members, which I added in.
Okay.
And Charlie had suggestions for the last sentence to include climate change, acute and chronic hazards. Tara still has another question.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not married to language. I just wanted to broaden it so it was beyond just aquaculture and marine renewable energy, and really spoke to the full benefits of Degami and challenges of the ocean.
Development activities are not climate change, though.
I can work on an edit if you need it.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious if this is something that the broad intent is something that council members have a consensus on. And before we go there, I think Tara, we should ask, what are your comments or questions?
Yeah, I mean, just repeating my, I guess, initial question on if we are going to weigh into the governor on the proposed budget, are there other issues and budget priorities that OPAC might want to mention in a letter? I mean, I understand this letter was brought by another OPAC member. I'm just trying to understand our process for that. And so I don't know that there's been a full discussion amongst OPAC on, and I will admit I'm not an expert on the budget. So I would have to do a little research myself to understand if there's other things I'd want to put into this letter to Governor Brown on recommendations for OPAC priority budgeting, that there might be other agencies and activities we would like to see funded. So I'm, again, not opposed to this request. I just am wondering if it should be broader and there's other things OPAC would support and ask for in the budget that I frankly haven't had the time to digest. So I'm okay if OPAC wants to send this letter, but I'm just trying to understand that piece better on the substance. And I'm new here, so another piece that I'm still wrestling with.
So, all right, Andy, just to go forward on this, I'm not hearing a lot of support for this right now, or some questions. I know this is the first time it's been brought up. So I'm going to ask the members whether they wish to go forward with the letter as written, and if they're not, Jason's listening in on the conversation, and he hears what we're saying, and just in interest in moving the meeting forward. So the members, if you can just put your cameras on for a second and just give us a quick nod if you're okay with going on with the letter basically as written, and if not, we'll just table it in the interest of going forward. So I will go last. So members, if you can please turn your cameras on or acknowledge in the chat that you're fine with going forward with this. And if not, we'll just move forward. And Jason has heard the conversation. And I saw Charlie's suggestion in there, and yeah, the agencies would bow out on that. That's why I'm just asking for members, and we will put that on the agenda for going forward as far as budget comments.
Walter, it does look to me like we have a general consensus for writing a letter. There's some specificity there that we would like to keep it narrow rather than broad.
Okay.
And there are others who would have liked more information and time to provide feedback on a draft letter. So I'm getting still some mixed messages. So.
Okay.
Walter, if I may, perhaps you would say, you might say that in the letter that it's of concern that you're supportive of Dogami's work related to ocean resource management issues, and that you would like request the information back about this proposal that Jason is, committed to provide OPAC.
Okay, and that would be just taking the funding message out of there, correct?
Just be, supportive of Dogami's work on ocean resource management issues, and noting that you would like more information on the implications of the budget, the proposed budget for Dogami's work in those on the ocean issues. Because Dogami does a lot of things that aren't ocean. You don't want to get involved in heap leach mining in Harney County, believe me.
Right.
So.
Okay, so Steve, you know what, Andy, I'm gonna just, let's say, we should talk with Jason separately. That there seems to be too much back and forth on this, and this was kind of short notice. I apologize to Commissioner Yamamoto. Before we sign this and we set a precedent, let's just go with Jason heard what we had to say here, and we'll work on making a process for commenting on state issues. So let's move forward, and thanks to everybody for your time, and we will work this out for the next meeting. We'll move on to the other legislative updates. Does anybody have any questions or comments on the other legislative updates or policy updates from the state?
Walter, and if I can provide a little bit of background information for
Sure,
the
thanks, Andy.
for the federal legislation that I included in my document, there were a significant number of bills, legislative bills, that were at the phase where they have been introduced. That's very early on in the legislative process, so I really tried to focus in on bills that were either recently signed by the president or had made it through approval of one or more of the legislative bodies, so that they had a certain amount of hearings associated with them. I did include just a couple that were introduced at the kind of lowest level of review and feedback, and those were really the ones that were focused on ocean issues I thought OPAC would be most interested in. So if I did leave a bill out that you are aware of and want to have recorded for the record, please reach out and let me know. Otherwise, everything that I've provided was from the legislative summaries or from the bill language themselves.
All right.
Okay.
Right. Are there any comments, any more questions about the update and national or state? Okay, thank you everybody for your patience. So what I have for we're going to go to going forward. Meeting scheduling. We had a request or kind of timeline from the working group for part 3. Andy, if we could send a Google poll for the first 2 weeks of May, so we can get that on their calendars ahead of time for doing that. We heard loud and clear from Charlie that this is going to be it could possibly be a time consumptive meeting. It would be great if we do get a few proposals, 4 or 5, who knows, that you budget some time and look over those proposals and be familiar with them before we have the meeting. We will do as much as we can to make sure that you have them at least a week or so or more ahead of time. Part 4 working group, we are going to have the slight approval of them from the executive panel, executive board, and then we'll have final approval for them to formalize them. And then also looks like we should work up a going forward step for supporting state agencies from OPAC. Jamie, you had something?
When you're finished.
Go ahead.
Okay. The last meeting in May, there were 2 motions right before the stack report. One was to add, I believe, 3 tribal seats to OPAC. That motion failed. But then there was one after that did pass, and that was to remove the Senate approval of tribal seat. What now? What has transpired in that, from that motion and vote?
Andy?
I'm actually going to ask if Patty wants to answer that question.
Sure, this is Patty Snow. Ocean Coastal Management Program. Yes, thank you, Jamie, that there was a letter sent on OPAC's behalf signed by the chair and co-chair to the governor's office supporting the change in legislation. And at this point, that's where it is. There would need to be legislation that was either proposed by the governor's office or by another legislator. So that did go forward, the letter of support for changing the Senate approval of tribal representatives on OPAC.
And Patty, this is Gina. I can't remember the exact date it was transmitted to OPAC. I feel like it was in July. We could go back and look, but it's an email from Andy that shared the copy of that letter with the OPAC membership.
Right.
And that was done in conjunction with an LCDC meeting. There was a request to have that letter available as part of a public comment item at the LCDC.
Well, and just FYI on that LCDC did support unanimously a letter supporting both pieces, both increased tribal representation and that the Senate confirmation of tribal representation on OPAC. So there was a subsequent letter from LCDC at their July meeting that went to the governor's office as well. So thank you.
But I'm not aware of a legislative concept or bill that would bring those to the fore during the session.
No, not to my knowledge.
On behalf of the governor's office, the governor has expressed support for both concepts. The expansion of seats, support if there is a legislative concept moving forward. Both concepts require legislation. The governor, it may be a surprise to a lot of folks, probably was to me. The governor gets a limited number of bills during a session, so we actually don't have a lot of capacity to introduce bills. We have a lot of capacity to support the bills of legislators and or committees who have far more, whose quota is far larger for the number of bills they can submit. To my knowledge, I don't know. I think in the era, around the last meetings, there had been routinely a legislative concept related to oceans that I think Senator Roeblen had contemplated, but I am unaware of any LC for the 21 session. That isn't saying much because there are a lot that we're all not aware of right now, but I'm unfamiliar with any conversations.
Thanks for the clarification, and Jason, and thanks, Patty, for adding that in. Does that answer your question, Jamie? Okay, thanks. Any other members recall anything or want to bring something up for the next meeting? Gina, you want to chime in?
I don't recall any other to-dos from our past meeting that we need to report on for this one. And I think you've captured our action items on this meeting pretty well.
Okay.
Walter, and I guess the council, is the council open to potentially a 2-day meeting or a meeting that we handle updates in one portion and the part 3 evaluation process and in another? So we might end up doodling for 2 days where one day is where they're either both a half day or one's a full day and one's a half day.
And if possible, I'm not going to speak for the whole group, but if we could do it in 2 days, that would be great. And maybe have the first day just for going over the proposals, and then a couple days in between, and then have the normal meeting and then vote on the proposals. However you think would be the best to go, time-wise for you folks.
Just trying to get a sense of how to conduct the doodle poll if we're thinking about a 2-day event.
Okay. Well, if we do it in a full day, that's fine. Just to constraints we have with Zoom meetings, I think a full day staring at your screen would be kind of onerous on everybody.
You haven't done enough of that, Walter.
Yeah, all of a sudden just made my 8-hour day into a 14-hour day because everyone knows where you're at.
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
if people would like to say, can you put us on full screen, Andy? Everybody turn your cameras on.
Walter, I had one
Yeah.
more point just for what the point that Shelby brought up. We're
Sure.
gonna need to send the evaluation criteria that the working group is utilizing. We need to get that in front of OPAC before we land to deliberate and make a recommendation with OPAC. So they need to see that evaluation criteria and understand what our process is going to look like. And that kind of needs to be developed. So we're going to have to send some of that stuff via email, and they're going to need to first look at that and an approval of that prior to us going through and facilitating a recommendation, if that makes sense.
So you're going to want to have OPAC approval of the criteria before we go over the proposals?
I'm recommending that we distribute the evaluation criteria to OPAC early and often so they understand before the proposals arrive how we're going to be conducting business.
Okay.
We need to kind of build some buy-in and agreement around that.
Okay. So it looks like some questions, long days, not good. Margaret, can you kind of elaborate what you're asking?
I think I can take my question up with somebody from OPAC, but I just don't have any experience knowing what the remote approval process is for OPAC. Is there any remote approval process outlined, like for, just via email? Andy?
Oh, email is different than us all on a meeting like we're sharing today, having a consensus voiced either verbally, or if we have to take a vote, taking a vote using real-time feedback. I don't believe I have experienced an OPAC approval of an item outside of an OPAC meeting. Steve?
Consensus maybe though?
Yeah, we wouldn't do that. That would be
That'd be a serial meeting, correct?
yeah, that would be a decision. We'd need to do it as a public meeting. So
yeah.
Suggestion, could, instead of having all of OPAC approve the review criteria, would that be something the executive committee could be, delegated to do, is to look at the criteria that the working group comes up with, and then they can approve it through that process?
Yeah, getting Margaret to your question, that is something we've done in the past. Like if we have a big gap between meetings, we'll do what Patty's suggesting about kind of delegating to the executive committee the process and or a letter or whatever that may be.
So Charlie, is that what you're asking? Or are you just asking to make sure that the criteria that the working group has developed gets distributed to OPAC members a long time prior to the meeting?
I think they need to be thinking about and becoming familiar with what they would be amenable for an evaluation process for OPAC. We're going to bring them a recommendation, but OPAC has not defined their evaluation process of the recommendation that we provide to them. So we just need to make sure that they are thinking about this ahead of that meeting, and that we have a plan going into that meeting and some agreement around how that decision-making will ultimately happen. I think that's both important for buy-in from the group and OPAC all agreeing on how we do that, but also for transparency for the public and how that decision is going to be made ultimately.
Okay.
So I think that the working group or the exec can send something, but ultimately OPAC, I think, has to make, they have to buy into that if we're all going to be part of that process.
Okay. Andy, can we have, so Charlie, I was kind of hoping that you would have asked this during your discussion. That was kind of what I was asking you for. Because it kind of puts us in a spot where we have to make a decision and develop criteria while before we're looking at the proposals and not having a meeting to discuss it amongst ourselves.
We've developed evaluation criteria, and we're very familiar with that as the working group. OPAC has not looked at any of this. I think that's my point, is that a lot of them are really just learning about different parts of the process. And so for the part where they are responsible and how we're making a decision, I think that needs to just get in front of them early. That's all I'm sort of suggesting.
Okay, so we will make sure that we have on the next meeting an OPAC process going forward. I'll get with Andy to make sure it's very clear to everybody that seeing as how the working group is not going to be, as of now, isn't going forward after our last few meetings, and that OPAC's need to develop its own criteria and maybe base it on what the working group went through. Does that work? Does that work for you, Charlie?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted, it's more the decision-making process. I mean, I think Shelby raised a really good point, which is when it comes down for us, we're going to deliver a proposal packet with a recommendation to OPAC. They need to decide. That's not our responsibility in entirety. And we need their buy-in around how we deliberate and make a decision on that recommendation ultimately.
Yeah, Walter, I'm hearing two things. There's the criteria and then there's the process, the
Right.
OPAC process, not the work group process.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more the process. The criteria is kind of, we put that out there. It matches the strategy. We should have good buy-in around that. It's the process.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, I think we've got it all ironed out. I would also stress that you'll see in your inbox is that if any of the members can participate or just listen in during the working group process, that would be really good going forward, so you can kind of hear how deliberations go. Moving on, is there any other input from the council on the meeting going forward, or sorry, the next meeting? Okay. Yeah, Margaret, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. We got the representative worksheet from Andy, with our board packets, and then I got it, in my new member packet. And I'm just curious, I know that there's non-voting, there's voting, and then there's some board positions that are vacant right now, or maybe they're not vacant. I mean, Jamie's on the call, so maybe this is just a point of clarification, or was on the call. When Jamie's on the call, is he a voting member? Is he not? He's representing at large. The sheet that I got says at large is open. So I'm just curious how we're filling those positions and making sure that they're being filled with the governor's office and things like that.
Yeah, let me address that, Margaret. Jamie was reappointed very recently, and the roster was not updated correctly. And so I have corrected that mistake. So he is officially a member. There will be a time in this coming July when there are a handful of OPAC members who reach the end of their term. So we will need to coordinate a process for nominating new individuals for that seat. It's my understanding that members of OPAC who do not have a designated replacement can continue to serve at the pleasure of the governor on the council. Steve, you can correct me if I'm wrong there, but we had a number of years in the past where the governor did not nominate replacements and members continued on past their term dates.
Yeah, there's some prior advice from the Department of Justice that a member can serve until replaced, but it can't be in perpetuity and in violation of the statutory limits, but as a necessity while you're waiting to have those replacements made in order to keep quorum and keep functioning. Considered until replaced.
Margaret, one of the other things I will do for you in response to your broader question about general process and rules of OPAC is I will direct you to an OPAC set of meetings that we had where I went through form, function, procedures in the most dry, boring presentation you've ever heard. But it does provide a lot of the background information on the council. So I can send you the links to those videos, which, gosh, I believe they're 2 years ago now, in September. But those would be a valuable resource to point you out as well.
I do think, Andy, the one thing we've had on our agenda for a while is to update that policies and procedures documents, because we have a lot of things that we kind of do by custom, like just as a practice, but it's not actually documented. And so for as we have new members come on, like Tara and Margaret, if we could update that document with what we're doing, our actual practices, I think that'd be helpful. And also reflect, the culture and the practices of OPAC. So maybe we can pull that back out and take a look at it and see what sections are missing or what could be updated. Maybe bring some thoughts about that to the next meeting.
Sure, I would be happy to take a cut at doing revisions to that draft. It would need to be an OPAC agenda item where we all review it together and reach consensus on updating that.
Well, we might even want to get brainstorms on what those might be, the topics. I mean, I have to open it and think what do we do that's not written here?
Yeah, it was only 10 years ago when it was last updated.
Exactly. So, and others might have things to add. So that'd be great.
Yep.
Andy, that's impossible because I worked on that document 10 years ago.
Charlie suggests a new
comment.
working group, so. Charlie, you gonna stick around and head that one up next?
Also, Andy, Margaret and Tara, did you get the zip file for the handbook? Okay, and I updated it accordingly as best as I could.
Yes, so what Amanda's referring to is we did provide a digital copy of OPAC handbook to folks. If other members would like to have a zip file for the new handbook, we can also provide that as well. Just reach
let
out
me know.
via email. Let me know. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't see anything else. I don't see any hands raised. We'll wrap the meeting up. I want to say I appreciate everybody's time. Sorry for going over. In this day and age, it's kind of hard not to. Thanks everybody for participation. Everybody have a happy holidays. Enjoy your family. Be safe out there, and we'll see you in May and some of you in January. Thanks everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Christmas.